Of the citizens in attendance tonight, we let you know at the beginning of the meeting that the proceedings are recorded, broadcast live onto YouTube, which is a statutory requirement. And the comments that you make in the public domain can have legal consequences. Are there any disclosures of interest tonight? Councillor Howard?
Thank you. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 14, minutes of the local traffic committee meeting on the 20th of November, as I work in the ministerial office of the Minister for Transport, who in her capacity as a member for Summerhill has a representative on the committee. I will remain in the chamber for discussion and voting as the vote of the member is exercised through a representative. I also declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 42, Transport for New South Wales litigation, Camdenville Park, as I work in the office of the Minister for Transport. As this is a legal matter and out of an abundance of caution, to avoid any perception of conflict, I will remove myself from discussion and voting on that particular matter.
Thank you for that. Have you provided that to the minute takers?
I have not.
Excellent. Are there any further disclosures? Councillor Shetty?
I'd also like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 14, the local traffic committee. I'm the member for Balmain and I have a representative on the local traffic committee, but I will be remaining in the chamber to vote.
Thank you. Any further disclosures?
Yes.
Councillor Scott?
I declare a significant pecuniary interest in item 40, the lease of Lambert Park Sporting Ground, as I live in close proximity to the site, and I will exit the chamber during discussion and voting.
Thank you for that. Any further disclosures? If not, will someone move their acceptance? Moved by Councillor De Cruz, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We'll move on to a moment, and I'll ask everybody to join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you. We'll now deal with the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 21st of November. Are there any clarifications or corrections to those minutes? If not, will someone move their adoption?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We'll move on to the public forum. We have citizens who've registered to speak on a number of items tonight. What I'm going to do is read through each item for which there is a registered speaker. If you've come along tonight and attempted to register to speak to an item and it's not read out now, you need to come down the front and let the council officers know, because it means that something's gone wrong with your registration. So item 49, Mayoral Inner West Creative Network. Item 1, post-exhibition blue-green grid strategy and implementation plan. Item 2, post-exhibition Macarthur Parade planning proposal. Item 10, Inner West phasing out gas. Item 12, war memorials in the Inner West. Item 13, Balmain Town Hall working party. Item 14, minutes of local traffic committee meeting 20 November. Item 33, notice of motion cooling centres. And item 35, notice of motion Mort Bay Park. Is there anyone whose item hasn't been read out there? If not, I'll move on. So the first speaker is for item 49, and that is Tim Stackpool. Tim, are you here? I'll just let you know, Tim, and everybody else, that under the Code of Meeting Practice, you're entitled to 3 minutes. After 2.5 minutes, you'll hear this bell, and that's the indication that it's time to work into your crescendo. We're not in the practice of extending people's time in the public gallery, because if you're the first person to speak tonight, you might be tempted to go over, but if you're the last council staff member to leave here tonight after midnight, then you wish that everybody had stuck to time. Tim?
Councillors, many thanks for having me bring you up to date with the Inner West Creative Network. I have notes, so I won't waffle. I'm Tim Stackpool, as the Mayor said, the Chair of the Inner West Creative Network, a not-for-profit organisation. It's an association, in fact. It's celebrating its first year of operation, but this came after many years of collaboration, development and registration, brought about by a dedicated group of local individuals and support from Council. Having established the association, we then had to demonstrate the network's value to potential members, so our website serves as a directory, a kind of LinkedIn for artists and creatives in the Inner West, and website visitors can also search for artists and creatives based on location, type and availability. We've also staged many professional development workshops this year, one concerned with corporate regulations of an arts practice, another covered marketing, another on business networking, and another regarding copyright and contracts for creatives. We also held less formal meetups, as they're called, and they're great opportunities for collaborative support and supportive environments. Now, all these events were sold out. Now, we do have some very well-established and well-respected artist cooperatives, galleries, venues and collectives here in the Inner West already, but the Inner West Creative Network is more about professional support and economic development to local artists and creatives, operating as a local arts chamber of commerce, if you like. Economic development of the arts in the Inner West provides the potential to generate employment, attract visitors, foster innovation and contribute to the overall vitality of the municipality. It builds the brand of the Inner West. Significantly, as you would expect, advocacy is a core element of the network, advocacy to council, of course, but also advocacy to our own business community, perhaps to advise local retail businesses unrelated to the arts, for example, about how they might collaborate with local artists for the advancement of their own business profile in the local area. And of course, the arts play an undeniable role in the reinvigorating of the night economy along our high streets. But it's the membership that gives us the ability to advocate with strength. I'm pleased to report that just after 1 year of operation, at today's count, there are 411 registered Inner West Creative Network members. 411. Thank you, Councillor. That's quite the number of members, I think you'd agree, for a local Chamber of Commerce. But our target is to reach 2,000 members by the end of 2024, and that will deliver us the portion of paid memberships required to remain sustainable. So, we're grateful to Council for the support given during our startup, and will remain grateful for your ongoing encouragement and support for us to contribute to the professional and commercial developments of the arts in the Inner West. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much, Tim. The next item for which there are speakers is item 1, post-exhibition blue-green grid strategy and implementation plan. And the first speaker is Laura Wood of Ashfield, who is online. Is Laura there? Might be on mute. Okay. I'm going to suggest we move on to the next speaker and try to come back and get Laura. The next speaker is Rosa Brown of Lilyfield, also online. Rosa, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Excellent. Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Rosa Brown and I'm a local resident and mum speaking in favour of the blue-green grid. I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of Iron Cove Creek, a local community group advocating in particular for the Iron Cove Creek corridor section of the grid, which would link Ashfield Aquatic Centre to Iron Cove Bay. Tonight I'd like to give a glimpse into the ways Friends of Iron Cove Creek has been supporting the council to build public awareness of the project and achieve a path that will be safe, accessible and enjoyable for the community. Friends of Iron Cove Creek started 3 years ago when local mums Sarah and Anna met and wanted a safe off-road option to walk and cycle with their kids. Since then, I and many other residents of all ages and interests have joined this volunteer group. In 2021, Friends of Iron Cove Creek launched a survey to gather community perspectives on the path. Of approximately 600 responses, there was almost unanimous support for it. At key points in the project timeline, we've also distributed flyers reaching 6,000 households in Croydon, Ashfield and Haberfield. To date, our petition has over 1,300 signatures. We've also met with Transport Ministers Rob Stokes and Joe Halen, who have both written letters of support for the path. And we've held monthly community information sessions at Ashfield Pool. During the current Masterplan consultation period, we've held numerous public information stands in front of Ashfield Aquatic Centre, Croydon Dog Park and Double Dose, the cafe on Croydon Road. The reception from the public has been overwhelmingly positive, with comments such as, "Why doesn't this already exist?" That's a great idea, and wow, I could get all the way to the city if this link were built. At our store yesterday afternoon, a resident told us that the park was the topic of excitement at her street party, and everyone who attended had submitted a positive response to the Masterplan consultation. Sarah, Anna, Graham and I, as well as our broader volunteer group, do this work after coming home from our paid jobs, during our kids' nap times and on weekends. We dedicate this time because we believe the Iron Cove Creek corridor and the blue-green grid will make our local area a better place to live, support our health and improve our environment and climate. We are hopeful it will be built while our children are still children. Thank you to all the councillors who have already shown their support for the path and the blue-green grid. We look forward to continuing to support the council and stakeholders to achieve the best blue-green grid for our community and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosa. Our next speaker is Beth Allen of Ashfield, who I believe is here in person. Thank you, Beth.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak for the Blue-Green Grid. As Rosa has just shared with us, there's so many excellent elements of the Blue-Green Grid that I'm excited about. Obviously, the connectivity and the increased urban canopy across the whole of the Blue-Green Grid and the Inner West Council is fantastic, but in particular I want to speak to my experience as a resident of North Ashfield here and the benefit it would offer to an area of the Inner West that is shown in the documents as having some of the least access to green space, particularly walkable and cyclable green space. Although it's fantastic, I just moved a couple of years ago, so I'm really reflecting on the difference between other parts of the Inner West. Incredibly connected by car, having Frederick Street and Parramatta Road there, also feels incredibly cut off when you just want to get out and take a stroll. So this Iron Cove Creek proposal is going to give this incredibly valuable recreation space that just isn't available in that western precinct of the Inner West. It would be something daily of use to me and my partner. We already find these tiny pocket parks to make something of a kind of evening stroll around, but we're really scratching, and that would offer a kind of centralised place to recreate. But beyond just recreating in that space, the value of connecting Ashfield to the harbour water is amazing. We all love the water. That's why we live in a beautiful harbour city. We can't all afford to live right on the edge, but to have a space where you feel like you can walk there makes it feel as though the water is coming to you and coming into your personal home life, which I think I can speak for everyone in our precinct would really appreciate that. Anyone that's spent any time along the Cooks River knows how well used a space like that is, and to think that we might be able to have something similar here would be incredible. And lastly, I guess another benefit is, again, being in that North Ashfield area. One of our closest urban hubs is 5 Dock, but it feels so far away because of that intersection that's just so impenetrable at a human scale. So to sort of have some sort of path that allows you to kind of cross across that would also mean that shopping and retail district there would become accessible as well, because at the moment our major shopping centre is across a railroad, which also feels like a disconnect. So I think the whole green-blue grid offers connectivity, which means that all of us as Inner West, like everywhere that in the Inner West gets more benefit from other parts of the Inner West, but in my particular case it would be connecting up north to 5 Dock, Haberfield and the harbour. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Beth. And I believe we now have Laura Wood of Ashfield online. Laura, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great. Go ahead, Laura.
Before I came on, but of course it didn't work when I tried to do it properly. Thanks everyone for your time. I also was wanting to speak, I guess, for the green-blue grid, but also specifically for the Iron Cove Creek Path. My husband and I and our kids, we live in Green Trees, so our complex actually backs onto the canal, and we ride our e-bikes regularly. In fact, we avoid the car where we can and use the e-bike instead. He commutes for work to Marrickville and I work in the city, so the blue-green grid with the Iron Cove Creek path would actually, for me, going towards the city, connect me up with the Bay Run, and then I could go on to the city and be on safe bike path the whole way, and pleasant as well. And for my husband going to Marrickville, the Cooks River Path is his sort of, he calls it his highway. So to be able to connect up with that safely would be fantastic as well. And I mean, I think that's very important in terms of improving congestion in the area. Frederick Street is a nightmare, as we all well know. And for us to sort of avoid that as well is really valuable to us as a family. We often shop at Ashfield Mall, and we usually end up driving because there aren't a lot of safe bike options to get through and cross the train line. Frederick Street is a no-go, especially given, you know, I mean, I just feel like riding a bike on Frederick Street is genuinely risking your life. There's barely room for the traffic lanes required, let alone a safely separated bike lane. And the paths are very narrow, multiple pedestrians have died, so I think work needs to be done to make that path under Frederick Street safe, to link us up to the Liverpool Road shops, and then we would be able to go up there. Our kids are very keen bike riders as well, given that they ride around with us all the time, and we'd really love for them to be able to have safe routes to walk and ride to their primary school. Their catchment primary school is Croydon, and currently they have to cross Croydon Road. There's not really a safe way for them to do that currently, but with the Iron Cove Creek path there would be. It would go in under to the dog park, so that would actually provide them with a safe way to cross Croydon Road. And the catchment high schools would be Ashfield Boys and Burwood Girls, and having this sort of path completed and connected up would make it a lot safer for them to get to schools when they get to high school. There have been, I know some of the people in our complex have been concerned about security.
Laura, I'm not sure if you heard the 3-minute bell just rang, so I'll just ask you to try and sum up your speech. Thank you.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, in terms of sort of security and amenity of the canal behind our complex, I know there are concerns about noise and privacy, so I don't think that would stop it from going ahead, in my opinion, but I do think that putting a lot of thought into the grading, security walls, trying to keep as much green as possible is important. The current plan appears to be doing that.
Thank you so much, Laura. The next item we have registered speakers for is item 2, post-exhibition Macarthur Parade planning proposal. Now, just note we have 4 speakers registered to speak for this item, and under the Code of Meeting Practice, we would normally only allow 3 speakers to speak either for or against. So what I'm going to suggest is that the 4 speakers registered to speak for the item, who are all apparently here in person, might want to confer amongst themselves outside the chamber to see if they could narrow that list down to 3 speakers, just so we can try and keep things moving. So what I might do is just read out the names of the 4 registered speakers. If you could identify yourselves to each other and have a chat amongst yourselves to see if you can nominate 3 from that group, that would be great. So they are Mark Skelsey of Dulwich Hill, James Manch of Dulwich Hill, Peter Olive of Marrickville, and Judd Aegis of Dulwich Hill. Are the 4 of you present here?
Excuse me, I've also registered. I've got an email from the officer. You're speaking again? Yeah.
What was your name, sorry?
Philip Bull.
Yeah, sorry. So just to clarify, we have 3 speakers to speak against the item. That's fine. We have 4 to speak for, just to clarify. So what I'm suggesting is that the 4 speakers for might want to narrow themselves down to 3, and that way we'll have 3 for and 3 against.
You want us to report back?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you. What I'll do is just start with the first in order of registration, which is Philip Bull.
There you go. Listen, I need to listen to you. Thank you, councillors and staff, for allowing me to address you on this matter. I'm a planning consultant. I represent Faye, Sam and Nick Gravanis. They own number 9 Macarthur Parade. This heritage listing takes away flexibility and value for them in terms of how they manage their accommodation. They strongly object to it, as do all the owners of the affected properties. And incidentally, if you look at the consultation report on this planning proposal, the majority object to the idea of this listing. The process was weak, the process was one-sided. The process overrode various adopted strategies by this council, such as its local planning statement, its local housing policy. The local housing policy basically endorsed an approach of looking for housing opportunities near rail and existing infrastructure. Of the submissions on that, I think it was 89% objected to it. So there was broad community consensus about looking for housing near rail and accepting change. There was a legitimate process to find value and find the future of these sites. That's what my clients want. What you have before you is an out-of-strategy ad hoc rezoning. It's a spot rezoning. It's the sort of thing the ICAC and the Department of Planning spent the 90s getting rid of in the state. You started the process last year when you adopted the consultations for the 2B amendments. They were the amendments where you were meant to look at housing and look at housing opportunities. That process was started, there was a little bit of community turmoil, and then out of the blue, that process was deferred. I think it was on the 22nd of December. There was a mayoral minute that deferred the whole process. The actual adopted resolution is worth listening to, which is defer all further consideration of and consultation on the LEP in order to obtain written advice from the Office of Local Government as well as independent legal advice explaining how councillors should manage potential conflicts of interest to the process. So this council basically agreed to stop all change to the LEP and look at how councillors could be involved without putting themselves into a conflict of interest. The Inner West Council then went on what seemed to be an ad hoc random process of trying to heritage list everything near a metro rail station. So where did that adopted resolution go? I'm presuming you got some advice from the Office of Local Government, and I'm presuming they didn't tell you to do this ad hoc process. This is a big change for the LEP. It values some people and it disvalues other people. It takes value away from my client. That's where the pecuniary interest is. That's where the conflict of interest is. I particularly asked Councillor Desario and Drury, that seem to be the sponsors of this proposal, to look at their vote tonight. They are members of a Labor Party that's adopted new policies, a housing accord. They're out of sync with their own
Philip, I'll just ask
party.
you to sum up your arguments.
Okay.
Thank you.
What I'm saying is times have changed. We're in a housing crisis. The Labor Party's adopted a pro-housing policy. It hasn't filtered down to our members on the ground. This is a dodgy spot rezoning. It benefits some people and disadvantages others. It's out of your own strategy. Your own adopted resolution on how you're going to manage LEP changes says, look at conflict.
Philip, I'll ask you to conclude your...
Basically, we're asking you not to support this planning proposal. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker who is speaking against the item is Justin Simon of Summerhill.
Thanks, Chair. As a long-time resident raising my family in the Inner West, I've seen heritage persistently used to frustrate housing construction and worsen affordability. The engagement report here indicates that 38 out of 61 people opposed this listing. 32 of those mentioned housing affordability, that these bungalows represent a potential 4,000 square metre site where many homes can be built. Council staff's response to this is that the densest thing that can be built on this site is semi-detached houses. This is already out of date. As of last week, R2 zone sites near rail will now permit townhouses and low-rise apartments, dozens of them on a site like this. So the point raised in the majority of submissions is not actually addressed in the report. That's a problem. They also claim that they are able to meet dwelling targets just fine without being able to densify this land. Recently, at the information sessions for the Parramatta Road strategy, I was lucky enough to hear council staff make some remarks about heritage. They showed us tables where the Inner West housing targets were significantly lower than neighbouring LGAs with less connectivity, and said one of the primary reasons for that was the number of heritage items and heritage conservation areas we have here. According to staff, those cover 40% of the LGA. So what we come to is that housing targets are actually a dependent variable. The Inner West is building less housing as a result of overly broad heritage restrictions. For some, I'm sure this is the whole point of the listing, to freeze their areas in time and lock out new residents who may compete for parking or who may also use those public goods that they seek to monopolise. The listing would be another cut on the 1,000 that have preceded it, which are progressively making housing in the inner west less affordable. If we look at the survey responses and the turnout tonight, it's clear that people are thoroughly sick of this stuff. They're telling you that, yeah, sure, the heritage consultants and their checkbox lists may say that 40, 50 or 60% of the LGA should forbid new density. But that's not a sustainable way of operating. The consultants quite deliberately do not consider things like housing affordability, ability to adapt dwellings for accessibility, or a dozen other things that should affect this decision. They have no expertise on those issues. So you can't lean on the report and say whatever the heritage consultants say goes. It's literally your job as elected representatives to balance the multitude of concerns and make a holistic decision. If you do that properly, you will reject this heritage listing.
Thank you, Justin. Can I just confer the registered speakers for this item? Have you worked out the three of you that are going to speak? Can I just confirm who's not speaking? What was your name, sir? James Match. Thank you. All right, our first speaker registered for this item is Mark Skelsey of Dulwich Hill. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you for the opportunity to address Council on this important matter. I'm a resident of Macarthur Parade who lives around 50 to 100 metres from this site. Tonight is the culmination of a long community campaign which has been running since around 2016 to preserve these homes and church. This included a group of residents sending a detailed submission to the Council in 2018 at a time when the homes were not being earmarked for high density housing. It has since been expedited because the homes were later threatened with complying development, I think late last year. The guiding light for this campaign was that the homes and church were local heritage icons which formed a critical part of our suburb's urban fabric. I think it's worth reiterating why the homes in particular are worthy of protection. Yes, of course, there's Californian bungalows across the inner west, but what's unique about this site is that they're 4 in a row, and as the Council's heritage consultant states, they are remarkably homogenous in terms of their architectural style. They have a significant impact on the streetscape. The homes also have important social significance. 11 Macarthur Parade was the home of John Ness, a former Mayor of Marrickville who was the driving force in the creation of Winged Victory outside Marrickville Town Hall and other local beneficial activities. 7 Macarthur Parade was erected for Alfred Southwick, a former Marrickville alderman. The entire row of homes came about through the terms of the option from the estate of famed retailer Marcus Clark. Meanwhile, the proposed heritage citation states that Dulwich Hill Baptist Church is of local heritage significance as a substantial Gothic revival style suburban church built in 1925. So clearly the preservation of the homes and the church is in line with Council's community strategic plan, that the unique character and heritage of our neighbourhoods is retained and enhanced. However, clearly there are some who oppose the listings, despite the fact that it has majority support amongst the Dulwich Hill residents who lodged submissions to this planning proposal. It's been presented that what's at stake here is a binary choice between preserving single homes on 1,000 square metre blocks and high-rise unit blocks. This, of course, is ridiculous and untrue. There is clearly room for compromise here, which would involve sympathetic infill development in the 500 square metres at the rear of the homes, while the homes at the front are protected, or allowing owners to expand or renovate the existing homes. This is the reason why myself and other community members have been talking to property owners on this issue. We've been having conversations with a family member associated with 9 Macarthur Parade, assured him we're supportive of infill development. I also received a statement from Antoinette Keith, the owner of 11 Macarthur Parade, this morning. She's given me a statement which says she conditionally supports the heritage order to preserve the heritage elements of the property, so as long as the DCP controls allow us sufficient freedom to update the house to modern living standards and enable sympathetic development. So we do have support from a property owner despite what was said. Let's stop the anti-heritage mania and let's make a sensible decision tonight on these properties.
Thank you, Mark. Excuse me. I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you. Our next speaker for this item is Peter Olive of Marrickville. Thank you, Peter.
I pulled out and you're trying to speak twice. No,
Thanks.
I'll just call the meeting to order and ensure that the speaker is heard in silence. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, councillors. Yeah, the issue of heritage and density has already been touched upon, and I think we really have an opportunity in this area to have our cake and eat it. We can protect our historic built environment and achieve higher housing densities. We can preserve and adaptively reuse what we already have and increase the density of our suburbs. It isn't the case that there is 40 or 50 or 60% of our local government area protected by heritage. I wish that there was a greater percentage. In fact, I wish the entire local government area had some form of protection against the state government's environmental protection, environmental plans. The Heritage Report has rightly deemed that the Macarthur Parade houses and church are worthy of protection. This heritage status will protect them, primarily, as I said, from the various state environmental planning policies. This is not, it is absolutely not a spot rezoning, because it's currently zoned R2 and it will remain zoned R2. And of course, to the person who said that we should be having multi-unit dwellings in this area, that is just not a permissible usage in the R2 zone. So whilst they may be telling people that that's what they can get on this land, they just won't be able to get it unless, of course, there is a spot rezoning, ironically. There are a range of measures, as Mark Skelsey talked about, that we could take that would allow greater development and density to occur where historic houses are retained, such as increasing the floor space ratios for secondary dwellings, amending housing set such that lots of 450 square metres or less are able to have secondary dwellings, encourage transverse subdivision lots of these lots, and reduce the S 7.11 contribution in line with that of Canterbury Bankstown. Now that's just a few. There are many more that council could undertake to implement that would encourage people to have secondary dwellings or greater density on their sites, on their lots, without having to demolish the existing historic houses. The proposed protection of Macarthur Parade is justifiable in its own right, as outlined in the report. They are a group of fine Californian bungalows, but their protection should be a starting point for a wider discussion on how our built environment intersects with increased density. We are fortunate to have a world-class example of retained heritage and adaptive reuse, the Marrickville Library. It's dearly loved by this community. It's a fine example of adaptive reuse, and it's this lesson that we should be taking from that library, or it is a lesson we should be taking from the library, not to demolish our wonderful housing stock from the Victorian Federation and interwar periods, but to adaptively reuse those buildings that are in our suburbs to protect the character, the heritage, the aesthetic values and the embedded energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Our next speaker is Judd Agius of Dulwich Hill.
Thank you, Chair and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. I'm a local that lives within 200 to 300 metres of these houses that are the subject of tonight, and I've lived there for over 20 years. One of the reasons that people love Dulwich Hill is the beautiful old houses and the heritage buildings of the area. These houses are part of that fabric of the suburb. The old character of Dulwich Hill is a special and important part of Sydney. If we lose these houses and other old houses in the suburb, that special character is lost forever. I see that some people want to knock these houses down and build 6-storey apartments. It's one thing to knock down...
I'll just call the meeting to order and ask that the speaker be heard in silence. Thank you.
Look, it's one thing to knock down dilapidated old warehouses and build apartments, but we just don't knock down our heritage homes to do that. And we've seen what happens with sites like these. Just look at Johnson Park and Hill Street in Dulwich Hill. The developers, they say 6 stories, the DA gets approved for 8, and the next one is 10 stories. This is what residents of the area are really worried about. Those apartment developments, they're horrendous, and they're totally wrong for this suburb, and they destroy its character, its charm and its beauty. Even Department of Planning officers who came for consultation on the last set of strategic plans for Dulwich Hill saw those apartments and said they should not have happened in that kind of location. Dulwich Hill is already a highly compact and dense suburb where many of us live in modest-sized houses on small blocks. Locals are not against sympathetic, appropriate-scale development such as townhouses. But look at the local area, look at the local streets and save that character. I ask the Council to proceed with this heritage listing, and I implore the Council to protect Dulwich Hill from inappropriate large-scale development and protect Sydney's heritage history. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on this item is Jason Gravanis of Dulwich Hill, who I believe is online. Are you there, Jason? Jason, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, so you might be muted.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you, Jason. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm calling from Vancouver, so apologies for that. So my name is Jason Gravanis. I'm actually speaking I'm here to speak against the proposed heritage listing of Macarthur residences in Dulwich Hill on behalf of my family. We've been residents since 1991 of 9 Macarthur Parade. To paint a little bit of a backstory to kick off, my parents first purchased 9 Macarthur Parade in 1991. They both worked in service roles such as a taxi driver, bank teller. I'm sort of now at that similar path where I'm looking to purchase property for myself. I'm looking to enter the housing market. I'm 29 years old. I've looking to enter with my partner. And it's probably a all too common story now that we're hearing where many young working professionals are struggling to find any housing. And to that note, I guess, in the context of looking at that heritage listing for Macarthur residences, I guess in the grand scheme of things, looking at the housing crisis that Sydney's facing is sort of where I'm sort of looking at this idea. Sorry, I haven't really rehearsed this one. But for the second time in a row, I guess Sydney's ranked number 2 in housing unaffordability. This outlook is not expected to improve given the federal government, which is Labour, by the way, has announced to boost immigration. Majority of newcomers are expected to immigrate to Melbourne and Sydney, and given the harsh conditions that many Australians are continuing to face, I find it quite short-sighted, I guess, that we're considering heritages in over 4,000 square metres of land. It's the very same land that is identified by the state government in 2015 as being suitable for high-density zoning due to its position in a transport corridor. Having lived there my whole entire life, I can recall it's a 2-minute walk to Dulwich Hill Village, 5-minute walk to Dulwich Hill Public School, 9-minute walk to train station. There's a lot of services that are accessible from these homes that I think would probably go to better use if we were to look at making better use of the land. So just a quick statistic here. Collectively, 4 of the homes occupy over 4,000 square metres. That's housing only 4 families. To put into context, the average single dwelling home in Australia is around 250 square metres. These homes are 4 times larger than the national average. So I guess just trying to highlight here that's an incredible, inefficient use of land that's within 20 minutes of the CBD. I think that council should probably reconsider perhaps a marriage between heritages and the properties and perhaps subdividing to allow for high density zoning in the back. For context, each backyard is around 500 square metres, which could comfortably host 3 to 4 story apartment complexes. I do hear from the other speakers, and I acknowledge, appreciating the characteristics of these homes. Having, been raised in 9 Macarthur Parade myself, I've been able to enjoy living in these homes, and I think it's marriage in both subdivision as well as heritage listing, where we can help to push the needle in the housing crisis in the right direction, while also being able to preserve a bit of our culture. So that's all I really had to say on that note. Just some key findings I did want to share.
Sorry, sir, your time has expired.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That's okay, thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to item 10, Inner West phasing out gas, and the first speaker is Mamoon Reza of Newtown.
Hi all, my name is Mamoon Reza and I've been a resident of Newtown and Inner West for more than 10 years. Before I start, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight, and I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we meet on, the Wongal people of the Eora Nation, and I pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. Electrification is something I'm passionate about, as I firmly believe it is the pathway to a low-emission society, to cleaner and healthier air in our houses and on our streets, and to having cheaper energy for all our households. Over the last few years, I've been taking action to electrify my own home. I've installed solar panels, changed my heating from gas to reverse cycle air conditioning, and I can monitor my energy use and savings through a handy app. These changes have reduced my electricity bills by more than half, and I'm saving about $1,500 a year in energy bills. But more importantly, my family and I are breathing cleaner air inside our house. But individual actions can only take us so far. For the community to benefit, we need more people to electrify their homes. Policy can be a catalyst for change on a much bigger scale than individual action, and that is why I'm here tonight. It's important to get things right at the planning level, because the decisions made when houses are first built usually last for generations. I renovated my house in 2019. Knowing what I know today, if I had the opportunity again, I would totally remove gas from the energy mix in my house. That's why I would encourage the Inner West Council to go as far as possible and make the most of the opportunity by taking the same action as the Land Corp Council has taken. The Land Corp Council, in its development control plan, has banned all new gas connections, indoor and outdoor, residential and commercial, and that's what I'd like to ask the Inner West Council to do tonight. Thank you all for listening.
Thanks very much, Mamoon. The next speaker is Dr. Emma Skoronsky of Leichhardt.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Emma Skoronsky. I'm a GP and I work at Leichhardt General Practice. Today I'm representing Doctors for the Environment Australia. Highlighting the human health risks associated with climate change is an important part of our work, but opposition to gas goes far beyond that. We now have unequivocal data that shows how bad gas is for our health. Earlier this year, 19 health organisations from around Australia, including the AMA and the College of GPs, signed an open letter to the New South Wales government asking them to legislate against the use of indoor gas on health grounds. Gas contributes to a number of significant health problems. It can cause carbon monoxide poisoning, which at milder levels causes headache and dizziness. It exacerbates respiratory illnesses of all kinds, particularly asthma. Data shows that 12% of childhood asthma in Australia is caused by indoor cooking gas stoves. It contributes to air pollution, both because of methane leakage and because of the toxic byproducts of the burned gas. As the state government has not come to the party on this issue, I must congratulate you on making this move at a local government level. I'm delighted that banning gas for new developments is on your agenda, and I speak from experience when I say that preventing the initial gas connection is critical to the safety of people many years down the track. I moved into my home 2 years ago with my 3 children, one of whom is asthmatic. I explored switching my gas stove to induction, but unfortunately my stove is an unusual shape and there is no induction cooktop on the market that fits the space, so I will need to cut the Caesar stone benchtop to make a hole that will fit a new induction cooktop at significant extra cost and inconvenience. So I support the proposed legislation, but I'd like to urge you to make amendments that would provide better protection for your residents. Firstly, it's critical that the proposed changes be extended to include commercial developments. People spend so much of their time in their workspace, and it's important that these are safe and healthy spaces. People working in commercial kitchens are particularly vulnerable as they are exposed to the build-up of toxic chemicals over a whole service period of perpetually burning gas stoves. If your office space is heated in winter by a gas heater, your health is also at risk. Workers don't always have the power to bring these issues to the attention of employers, and employers may be unaware of or not interested in the health risks of indoor burning gas, so legislation to protect workers is important. Secondly, it's important to legislate also against the use of outdoor gas, including for gas cooking and hot water heating. It's contributing to air pollution in the inner west, and that's affecting everyone. We know that gas leaks occur all the time. I can smell it leaking out of the gas hot water at my own workplace, and I hold my breath every day when I walk around the back of my practice because I can smell the gas leaking from the hot water service there, and I don't want to inhale those toxins. Once these connections are installed, it is so hard to get them out. There are excellent and more affordable alternatives, so there is simply no justification for installing a toxic, dangerous substance that's bad for the planet and bad for your health.
Thank you, Doctor. That was very impressive timing. Our next item is item 12, War Memorials in the Inner West, and the speaker is Ron Glue, OAM, from the Balmain Rozelle RSL.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Very quick history lesson. In 2015, Australia was involved in the Gallipoli campaign. The council and the local residents decided to build a memorial. And the memorial was actually opened on the 23rd of April 1916. It's probably one of the, if not the oldest memorials erected in Australia. On the 4 marble slabs on the memorial are the names of 38 heroes that died in Gallipoli. The ensuing expansion into Europe resulted in a lot of the Balmain soldiers fighting in different fields, and unfortunately in the First World War in Balmain we lost 208 soldiers. The memorial was initially erected as a drinking fountain, as a memorial but a drinking fountain, and it has been moved several times to its present location. At Anzac Day the last Anzac Day, Mayor Burns, after the ceremony, was approached and a resident asked why the names of the other fallen in First World War of Balmain residents was not on the memorial. Now, the memorial itself is not capable of having 208 names on it. It is simply not possible. We've, with the help of Council and Balmain Secondary College, we've collated and ensured that the names of the residents of the Balmain area that actually died overseas in the war are correct. We had 270 hours in the RSL ledger. In actual fact, we turned up one more, and this seems to be fairly conclusive. Now, how we actually honour these members is a matter before Council. You've had heritage advice as to possibilities, and simply and flatly it's a matter of progressing this and ensuring that the names of the heroes are perpetuated. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ron. Next is item 13, Balmain Town Hall Working Party, and the first speaker is Desmond Kennedy. Agnieszka Kira.
Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak with you tonight to support the...
Sorry, Des, can I just stop you there for 1 sec? I got the order wrong, so I'll just invite, if it's okay, if you can hold on one tick, I'll invite Agnieszka Kira from Balmain, who is in person.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am a passionately committed member of Balmain Town Hall Precinct Working Group, which includes Mr. Mayor and 2 local councillors, Councillor John Stammelis and Councillor Kobe Shitty, and includes also senior staff of the council. I am speaking in favour of recommendations by emphasising the sound economic reasons for adopting the vision outlined in the working group report. The community group is asking the council to adopt the project as a priority undertaking within your budgetary and strategic plans because it is the best and most feasible economic solution to the current opportunity loss represented by the underperforming community assets. The buildings within the town hall precinct already contain essential public uses such as the post office, police station, and Balmain library. Yet most remaining buildings are either vacant or only partially utilized, which is a significant economic opportunity loss to all owners and the community. There are other compelling reasons for the Council to commit to this vision. As we all know, Balmain Town Hall Precinct is located within the Balmain Conservation Area and includes two significant individually listed heritage buildings, the Balmain Courthouse and the Balmain Town Hall. Of contributory significance are the privately owned 19th century buildings lining both sides of Darling Street, including the PCYC, the former Blackett House, and the Town Hall. The New South Wales Government and the Council have a statutory obligation to take care of the heritage-listed publicly owned buildings and, through its planning controls, to ensure the conservation of privately owned heritage places. However, the reality is that the management of heritage assets through planning controls is a long, fragmented, and rather inefficient process relying on complex factors, and at the same time, working group's vision can be adopted straight away as the Council's strategic project ready for implementation. In conclusion, we, as the Community Working Group, are asking the Council to accept the community report and endorse the item recommendations. We are also asking you to endorse the Balmain Town Hall Precinct vision as the Council's own strategic project and to make a tangible commitment by allocating adequate resources to its implementation. As the community group, we wish to continue in an advisory capacity in assisting the Council and its professional team with the master planning of this vision to ensure that it continues progressing through the necessary steps of development until it's implemented as planned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well spoken. Desmond Kennedy, SC of Rozelle.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and councillors for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight to support the recommendations before you, and in particular recommendation 2, and to urge upon you a small addition to recommend 2 that I'll outline to you. Might I say I support fully what the last speaker has spoken of in relation to future progress with this project. I'm a retired senior counsel and have lived at Rozelle for the last 23 years, and to use Neville Rand's words, count myself as a Balmain boy. On the 30th of July 2021, I spoke at the public meeting and articulated a vision for the 135-year-old Balmain Courthouse that be repurposed as a state-of-the-art museum of Balmain, Birthgrave and Rozelle, with the courtroom to be preserved and used for legally related activities and a whole variety of other suitable purposes. Those uses are as long as one's imagination: court moots, mock trials, meeting place, corporate events, lectures, and a myriad of uses by the schools. I've had discussions with the drama master of the 3 secondary schools who wishes to explore its use for drama, theatrical productions and concerts. This gallery will facilitate these events, exciting things happening in a very special and unique place. The courthouse is unique and of significant heritage value, and the grandest and most impressive building on the peninsula, and is in the heart of Balmain. A floor plan is to be found at page 73 of the attachment showing the courthouse and the courtroom, which is of significant heritage value. The draft report that came to us merely recommended in 2 was that the council continue to advocate for the Balmain use of the Balmain Courthouse, which to my mind did not do justice to the magnificent building and the community. I then presented the working group detailed written submissions outlining proposed amendments to the draft, including the draft recommendation 2. These amendments have been substantially incorporated in what is to be found under the heading Balmain Courthouse Museum Balmain, Birthgrave and Rozelle, which is before you. Recommendation 2 adopts most of the proposed amendments, but in my book ought to have recommended the complete proposal. If a feasibility study concludes that the museum is not viable for the courtroom use, the major use to be the courtroom and other beneficial community uses in the surrounding areas, a plan B. The courthouse is an important public asset which should be used for the benefit of the public. It's remained unused for the last 9 years. I've engaged with the CEO of the Museum of History of New South Wales, which was created in 2022, and he's arranged for me to meet up with a senior staff member to discuss and advance my ideas for a feasibility study and the future use that I envisage. At this stage, there's been little in the public domain as to the future use of the courthouse and the whole historic precinct, which hopefully will be brought to the attention of the public should the recommendations be adopted. This would generate interest and support for the project. I'm prepared to continue to work constructively with the council to have the feasibility study.
I'll ask you to conclude, please, Des.
Very quickly, and the total vision achieved. I would urge you to accept the recommendations and add to it as the courtroom to be used for legally related activities and other suitable purposes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Des. The next speaker is Lisa Tapman of Birchgrove. Lisa, are you here? Yes.
I'm Lisa Tapman and I've lived in Balmain for 13 years. I'm a mother, creative director, producer, spatial designer, member of the Balmain Association and the Balmain Town Hall Working Committee. I've been petitioning council and collaborating with the Mayor Darcy Byrne and our local member Kobe Shetty to bring this important initiative to light and attention. To demonstrate this vision, 2.5 years ago, local Balmain creative collective Mackey & Co reclaimed and dramatically transformed Inner West Council space at the Balmain Town Hall as contribution to the Baludari Inner West Fest program. Through the artwork of leading female artists and inspired female subjects, we held an exhibition and week-long event program that uplifted, engaged and connected local creatives and local community. Since then, we've partnered with our very own National Youth Theatre Company, ATYP, to bring the performing arts from Walsh Bay to Balmain, to reach and support our local community with arts and culture and for the visible activation and repopulation of the Balmain Town Hall precinct. I've proactively brought to life an underused and neglected space residents had forgotten or didn't know exist. During the programs, the precincts once again have felt alive, innovative, relevant, welcoming and connected. The programs by Mackey & Co have been a great success and are a preview of the unlimited future potential of the Balmain Town Hall precinct. However, the space over the last 15 years has been neglected and is incredibly run down. Leaking roofs, flooding gutters, rotten doors, rising damp, mould-covered walls, peeling paint, mould growing on the grand timber staircase and unhygienic bathrooms of the 50s. A supposed performance venue that has no air conditioning, stage lighting, acoustics or audio-visual equipment. This is a hard sell to a contemporary community expecting and needing space that is fit for purpose and easily accessible. The surrounding grounds, the spaces are not landscaped and are overgrown with weeds, a large section closed off from public access, and a large footprint is inefficiently used as a small council depot in the middle of downtown Balmain. For our community to connect, gather and engage, we need community space that is designed and maintained to facilitate that connection. Not historic and significant buildings being celebrated, populated, preserved and updated, but they are vacant, decaying before our eyes in the main street, whilst in the crowded and expensive peninsula suburb of Balmain, there is literally no contemporary fit-for-purpose public space available and accessible for community and cultural connection. That is why I've made it my purpose to commit and volunteer my valuable time and expertise and my voice for my community of creatives, women, families, children and my neighbours in the Balmain Peninsula for the very important project which quite plainly is the elephant in the room. On iconic Darling Street in Balmain, when it should instead be the beating heart and pride of our peninsula and the Inner West, known as the home of creativity and culture. I see this motion today as one very important part of the strategy to tangibly investigate all council spaces, the potential new usage to support the greatly impacted arts scene. With a large creative population that needs to be reconnected and supported in council spaces, artists are moving further out of area due to the escalating costs, reduced income and opportunities. It's really promising to see this proposal presented today, essentially working for the greater good of our heritage, our contemporary communities in the Inner West, to to be visibly and actively on track to recovery, our inner west spaces must continue to be strong focal points for creating a healthy, creative, culture and sustainable community life locally. This can be achieved by council creating dedicated, fit-for-purpose space in publicly owned, underused property for creative industries and community engagement, enriching our local identities and culture. So I support this motion wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lisa. For item 14, the Local Traffic Committee, the first speaker is Relisa Pangan of Tempe, who's online. Relisa, are you there?
Yes.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Relisa Pangan with Mr. Jan Sasovsky. We speak on behalf of our community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. In as much as we want to speak in person, we opted to speak online this time so we can show photos and a video. We will just show you shortly the video now, the photos. Yeah. A bit. Okay, and the next one. Okay, and the next one. There are 3 photos. We'll just show it. Okay. We showed you a video as well, but we have given a copy to our councillor Matt Howard as well. So the proposed parking restrictions is a real concern of our community here in Collins Street, Tempe. We are against it. We need more parking spaces, not less. We have submitted a petition on 11th of October 2023 with 18 households consisting of 29 signatories. These are the households. These are only in Collins Street. Number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 10, number 11, number 13, number 14, number 15, number 17, number 18, number 20, number 22, and number 24, Collins Street. And 1 in Toyer Street, which is number 31. This is majority. Copies of petition were submitted online via Australia Post, and 1 copy was given to LTC during the meeting last 20 of November. And last night emailed to Councillor Matt Howard. Thank you to Councillor Howard for listening to us at last night's Local Matters Forum. If our past and present problems is 10% compared to more than 200% if the no parking restriction will be placed. Why more than 200%? Because our parking spaces are going to be removed. And if turning circle is placed, there will be a huge increase in traffic activity. Traffic noise and may cause accidents in the area. It was mentioned earlier many times about housing crisis. It's difficult renting, and so more adult children are staying longer with their parents. As you can see on the photos that we have shown, our community is considerate with the one property that has the complaint. The property has space. With no disrespect to anyone, but we feel the LTC only favors that one complaint. We are asking the LTC why ask the feedback of the public when they don't listen anyway. Whatever explanations are or were.
Relisa, can I ask, is John also going to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Or you can use... yep, no, all good.
They know there is a petition and they are aware of the post of the community. We can submit a counter complaint if need be. We thank our local MP, the Honorable Ron Hanig, for his valuable help. We have spoken to him directly. He said he believes that effective local governments listen to their constituents and hope that council will consider the proposal now that they have received feedback from the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, did you wish to speak as well?
Yes, I would. I just want to say that thank you for listening tonight. Parking zone here. We actually need more parking because morning until 7:30 p.m. paid, but students, teachers, and a lot of people going to join schools. They go start from 10 o'clock in the morning until God knows what time. What happened there? Lost track of time. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Sorry, I'll picture there. Cameras run down.
That's okay. Keep going.
But yeah, concerned taking a parking spot away when we need more parking. We have to park streets away because to cater for someone else, and we live here where we're ratepayers and we can't even get our own parking spots. It's just to us, it's just ridiculous. And so many people parking here, and we just lose all the parking spots. And then this happens, another parking spot gone. It's a real concern. I would say if they put a note through road on the corner of Collins Street and Toya Street, that people would stop coming all the way down the bottom thinking they can get through from our street all the way to Marrickville. And I've been asked a number of times, oh, how do you get to Marrickville from here? We thought they can go straight through this road. I said, no, well, it's a railway fence here and it's a railway tracks. But people don't realise that. So there's no sign in the corner saying no through road. They come all the way down the bottom, then they realise there's nowhere for them to go. And if there's a no through road sign there, then they'll realise they shouldn't go through there. But the actual concern about the parking space, one neighbour, they have plenty of room to actually get through. And if this is what we're proposing. I don't know, can you see the camera? The camera's not working. No. So I can't show you thing at the moment what Lisa showed you before. The car parked on an angle, which gives the other person plenty of room to actually. Sorry, that space there. If you can at least put up lines there, allowing this car to be parked at least that way. This person coming out there, they still have to come around all the way down here and go there. So there's plenty of room for them to come out. So I don't know what the issue would be by putting a no parking down here and blocking these people here off. They can't park in their own space. I'm just worried about losing all these parking spaces.
Can you show the video?
More, sorry?
Can you show the video?
We have a video as well.
No, you can't put a video on Zoom, sorry. No, we can't see it properly. It's all good, the pictures were very clear.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so that's what we'll worry about. We even spoke to the Honourable Ron Honig, who also stated that he's also parked in this spot before, and he couldn't see the issue. He doesn't know why there'll be a no parking zone here. Parked here many occasions, and this is just ridiculous. He's sort of thinking, why would you do that when I need a parking spot myself as well? He's parked here many times, so he's against it as well. And the City Rail staff also are saying, well, that's ridiculous. They need to park space. They have the right to park anywhere they need to. They're upset about it as well. They don't want no parking space there as well. So that's one main concern.
Okay, thank you very much for that, John. We'll move on to the next item, item 33, Notice of Motion Cooling Centres. Margaret Vickers, who is online. Margaret, are you there?
There we go. Unmuted. Can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thanks very much, Darcy. I'm Margaret Vickers from Balmain, and I'm speaking on behalf of Lean and, in fact, on behalf of a number of climate-related organisations to which I belong. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight, and particularly also thank Philippa Scott for bringing this to your attention urgently. It is an urgent matter because this is going to be a very difficult and very hot summer. The last very hot summer we had, of course, was the bushfire summer of 2019. And during that year, in the late evening in Woolworths, I saw a friend standing in the freezing food section of Woolworths Balmain and said, "Oh, what are you doing, mate?" He said, "Oh, keeping cool." I said, "So what are you doing when it closes?" "I'll get on the bus." "So what are you doing when the buses stop?" "Well, try and survive until 6 o'clock in the morning." So we do have within our community people who are going to be very badly affected by what will happen this summer. We know that this will be a very hot summer. We know that heat is the most dangerous of all natural disasters, producing the largest number of fatalities. And we know that there are people in our community in the inner west who are elderly or ill, who live in uninsulated units, in unsatisfactory housing and who will most likely die this summer. Now, I've been in touch with council staff, in particular, and Simon, not coming to my mind, who has brilliant resources that are all available in digital form, but many of the people who would be likely to make best use of those will be unable to access them, or unlikely to access them by social media or digital means. So the first thing I'd like to recommend is that that the council looks at a more realistic process for dissemination of these excellent resources. They are important because, for example, they explain that you might be able to make one room within your unit cool enough to be satisfactory. However, for numerous people, even making one room within their unit cool enough simply won't work. So the second thing I'd like to recommend to you relates to this motion, which is about cool rooms or refuges. That is that the council, I would urge the council to make a contingency plan and identify locations where people might be able to remain safe through the night in the event that we have perhaps 3 days at over 45 degrees or over 40 degrees. That contingency plan should be available should it be needed. And if we do need that contingency plan, we also need a realistic method for letting people know that these cool rooms are available to them. So I know also from my contact with the council that...
I'll just ask you to conclude your remarks, Margaret.
Yes, demographic data assembled by the council indicates that the most vulnerable people live at the western edges of the Inner West Council, so a strong emphasis should be on those locations. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Yep, give her a round of applause. She deserves one. Which brings us to item 35, Notice of Motion, Mort Bay Park. Now, forgive me, I should have done this a bit earlier, and perhaps the Deputy Mayor mentioned it up here earlier about a different item, but we've got 5 people registered to speak in support of the motion. Under the Code of Meeting Practice, only 3 speakers are allowed. If you've got different issues that need to be addressed, then we can work through them. But I wonder whether for the 3 people who are in person... Oh, they've done it. Fantastic. Thank you. You've already done it. You didn't need me to say anything. Excellent. Then can I call first Robert Clark of Birchgrove? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors. My name is Robert Clark. I'm here this evening to support the motion, item number 35. I also stand here this evening with supporting another 30-odd people who are petitioners that signed a petition raised by us. They're neighbours of ours, and they're all patient neighbours, and they supported this petition back in April of this year with the view to asking council through the offices of the Mayor, Darcy Byrne, whether or not we could do something to raise a policy to deal with the neglect of the entrance to Mort Bay Park in Bay Street. Now, there were 3 basic things that came out of that, and the motion that has been written actually addresses 3 of them. I'll put those 3 points up straight away, and that is, firstly, just something that can be done to reverse the neglect at that part of the park. The essential thing there is that there are inappropriate trees that have self-seeded, and propagated near the entrance to the park. It looks very untidy, and it's directly adjacent to a pathway that leads to the ferry people use strollers, there's all sorts of things that go through there, but it is very unruly. And perhaps there could be some replacements in more appropriate substitutes somewhere else in the park. They've allowed, this unwanted vegetation has allowed the view corridors to be crowded out. And this is creating issues with, I suppose, with the views to and from the park. The second thing is to restore some regular maintenance, a schedule that will that seems to have ceased after it's been several years since anything's really been done there on a regular basis, and also to maintain those clear view corridors from the observation deck, the memorial bench and the pocket park on the end of the street, and take steps to remove or substantially trim the self-propagating nuisance shrubs and trees that are not part of the agreed park plan. And lastly, to preserve the iconic view corridors that were noted in the 2004 Park Management Plan negotiated between Council and the community members way back then. I would say that views to and from the park, the foreshore and the state-listed Heritage Morts Dock, the city and the iconic emblems of our city and locality, and also from the park back to the distinctive sandstone ridge of Short Street and its iconic terrace skyline, are definitive components of this locality and this unique peninsula. All of this can be preserved and enhanced with suitable plannings and appropriate regular maintenance. Council has in the recent past directed funds to a popular viewing platform at the park entrance used by many members of the public and visiting groups. Many people walk past and use this entrance, and only a few days ago a park bench was installed in the pocket park to renew the old one. There is a bench, a memorial bench at this entry, which was to Damien Cobley-Finch. I'll finish up very quickly, who was a deputy mayor in 2004 and 2008. What I'd ask is that preserving and maintaining these iconic view corridors is important to this part of Birchgrove, and we support and commend this motion and thank the Mayor. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Thanks very much, Robert. Second, we have Susan Allen of Birchgrove, who is online. Susan, are you there?
I am, thank you, Mayor. I don't propose to say much more, but just to support the motion and thank you very much for putting it forward. I think the whole community in Birchgrove has been very, very patient with dealing with what I believe to be trees that were planted without any authority or permission. They're blackwood trees. They're a highly invasive species. They can grow up to 20 to 30 metres. And because of the root suckers, it's not just the seeds, the pods, it's also they've got these root suckers, and so they are proliferate in their expansion. So if we can do something, we would be very, very, very grateful for your support.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Excellent. You're getting a round of applause as well. And the third speaker is Shirley Cameron of Birchgrove. In person, yes.
Good evening, Chairperson and councillors. My name is Shirley Silning Cameron. I've lived in the Balmain area for 47 years and was a member of the original consultation groups developing a plan of management for Mort Bay Park. I don't have sweeping views to the city and harbour from my house, but I often go to the small pocket park situated above Mort Bay Park along Short Street, Bay Street and Phillip Street, along with many other members of the community, to admire the sweeping views of the harbour bridge and cityscape. It's a magnificent, broad, iconic view from this view corridor, which the Mort Bay Plan of Management has acknowledged as important and has stated will be preserved for the residents and the community, not only in 2004, but in 10 years later, I think it was in 2014. I thank Mayor Darcy Byrne for submitting this motion, and I am speaking to support the motion. I believe that it is important that Council receive a report to the February 2024 meeting on how the requirement to maintain and protect view corridors around Mort Bay Park will be upheld. There's been no noticeable maintenance of this view corridor to preserve the area since 2017. In April 2017, selective tree removal and pruning works were undertaken to create view corridors from the streetscape and Pocket Park to rectify inappropriate plantings and to remove self-seeded trees. In 2019, I received a letter from Michael Deegan, then CEO of the Inner West Council, where he acknowledged that the landscapes scheme which was enacted after 2004 did not maintain the policy of maintaining CBD and harbour views as specified in the Masterplan, and that the native trees which were planted resulted in time with view corridors being marginalised and in some areas lost. Since this time, trees have grown above the 3-metre height endorsed by a past council meeting as an appropriate height for the vegetation. This vegetation is now blocking the sweeping views to the harbour and the cityscape. Many of these trees are self-seeded. Now, how should we do this? There should be perhaps an awareness from the Park Maintenance Unit and the Bush Care Group, which assists with park maintenance, that vegetation planted in this section of the park along the fence line of Bay Street and Phillip Streets should grow to a height of not more than 3 metres to preserve the view corridor, as was endorsed by council meetings here in the past. Has there been any instruction given to the people who engage in park maintenance about the types of vegetation they should be planting in specific areas to preserve view corridors? Now, research indicates that views that create a sense of awe or wonderment are important for positive mental health for individuals. In Balmain, we live in terrace houses, tiny houses and apartments with no or small backyards. Residents and the community flock to these view corridors, vantage points to get a sense of beauty, awe and tranquility. Hundreds of people in the community come to this section of Short Street and Pocket Park to see the fireworks on New Year's Eve. This is an iconic and long-standing site for viewing the fireworks from Balmain. These views need to be preserved. There's only one more month to New Year's Eve 2023. So immediate pruning should be undertaken to give people celebrating New Year's Eve the opportunity to enjoy our glorious Sydney fireworks display from this iconic vantage point as specified in point 2 of this motion. The community and residents have been patiently waiting for many years to have these views maintained and enhanced. Again, I emphasise that immediate action is required to restore this breathtaking, sweeping view corridor. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Shirley. That concludes all of the contributions from the public gallery. Whilst everyone is more than welcome to stay for the duration of the meeting, the proceedings are also broadcast live on YouTube, so you're able to watch that through the Inner West Council website. We can't guarantee you that the order in which the agenda has been printed is necessarily the order in which we're going to deal with those items. So it often moves around quite a bit, but our aim is to get through every item tonight. So you're more than welcome to stay here, but we will we'll probably be here until after 11 o'clock, I think. There's a number of mayoral minutes which have been tabled for tonight and which I'll now speak to as succinctly as possible. The first is in regards to the next steps for Indigenous justice following the referendum. Everyone will be aware that on October 14, the referendum on constitutional recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people through a voice to Parliament was held, with the result, disappointingly from our perspective, being a clear majority for no across Australia. In the Inner West, the yes vote was amongst the highest in the country and comparable to the proportion of people who voted yes in remote Indigenous communities. And I think that's something to be proud of. We call that solidarity. There's some media outlets who suggest that there's something wrong with having had that principled position, but I think it's something for our community to uphold. Throughout the campaign, thousands of Inner West citizens became advocates for the Uluru Statement from the Heart and for the Yes campaign. And this included organising an enormous number of community events held in the Inner West, as well as outreach efforts to many other communities across Sydney and New South Wales. Notwithstanding the disappointing result overall, the Inner West community can be proud to have made a positive contribution to such an historic process. The coalition of community organisations and advocates who helped to build the campaign in the Inner West constitutes a large and passionate body of people, all of whom remain very committed to overcoming Indigenous injustice and to building a better and more respectful relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. It is important that the Inner West Council continue to play a leadership role in contributing to the movement for Indigenous justice. The many thousands of Australians who gave their time and effort to the Yes campaign, as well as the millions of Australians who voted yes, and I might add, probably a lot of people who voted no as well, should be encouraged to continue to make a contribution to reconciliation in this country now that the referendum has concluded. And so I move that Council hold an event in the new year to thank local citizens who contributed to the Yes campaign and to provide a forum for discussion about the next steps in their collective advocacy for Indigenous justice, and that Council convene a roundtable forum in partnership with our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee, local Indigenous organisations and leaders to discuss how the Inner West community can continue to contribute to the movement for Indigenous justice. So I'll move that way. Is there any discussion? There been, Councillor Drury?
Yeah, look, I'd like to rise to support this. Certainly this campaign, I think for me, was the most significant campaign I have ever been involved in. I think the question of getting a fairer and just settlement with First Australians is the most fundamental political issue in this country. It's a political issue that has direct relevance to the Inner West. We know that there are many Aboriginal people in the Inner West who worked hard alongside many other fellow travellers to try and get a response to a very generous offer that was made in the Uluru Statement. I think it's important that we do come back together. We bring people back together to look at the way forward. I think it's important that we have a good discussion with our ATSI committee and to local Indigenous organisations to talk about what we can do here. I think there are a number of ideas. We've floated the idea about having a voice to council. I think that we can have another discussion of that. I think that we can have some truth-telling, because there's truth to be told about what had happened in the Inner West. And I think that they're the sorts of things that we should sit down in a round table and look at how we can progress this. I'd like to thank you, Darcy, for the leadership you've shown in relation to this issue. I'd like to thank all of the councillors who campaigned hard in relation to the referendum. And let's move forward, because we need justice, and there are those of us who will not stay still until we get there.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? I declare that carried unanimously. The second mayoral minute tonight is in regards to Rozelle Parklands. And in speaking to it, I'll draw councillors' attention to the letter that has been tabled within that mayoral minute as background, a letter from the Minister for Roads, John Graham, to myself, proposing an arrangement between the council and the New South Wales Government in regards to Rozelle Parklands. For several years, the council has been advocating alongside our local community to ensure that the public park delivered at Rozelle Parklands above the Rozelle Interchange is of high quality and can meet the needs of local people. The Rozelle Parklands was promised to our local community as compensation for the enormous impacts of WestConnect's construction and the Rozelle Interchange in particular. Council has had to advocate continually for funding to be made available for the construction of the park. After the change of government in New South Wales in March this year, we've been advocating strongly to Transport for New South Wales and the new Roads Minister, John Graham, to ensure that the facilities within the park would be fully funded and delivered. And that's included Councillor Scott and myself attending multiple meetings with transport agency representatives to reinforce the fact that we were not going to go away and that we needed to make sure that this park was properly delivered. As councillors will be aware, the previous Liberal National Party government had removed from the final plans for Rozelle Parklands a number of sporting and recreational facilities as well as basic amenities that had been identified in previous plans but then were removed and which are necessary to ensure the park is functional and meets the community's needs. There was also not provision for public car parking. I'm very excited to advise that we have now received correspondence from Minister Graham which commits the new government to providing an additional $20 million to Council to address these deficiencies, as well as constituting a substantive new investment in the Rozelle Parklands. This offer is also an acknowledgement that Council's principled advocacy, I don't think I need to seek an extension of time, but I'm happy to. Could I get an extension of time? Moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. As well as constituting a substantive new investment in the Rozelle Parklands, this offer is also an acknowledgement that Council's principled advocacy on behalf of the community was justified and correct. And I will say, my honesty and integrity was questioned a number of times by various public representatives suggesting that I was inventing the need for this additional funding. And it's been a long, hard road, so I'm very pleased that we've been able to achieve the right outcome for the community. The government further proposes that through this funding agreement, Council take on care, control and management of the Rozelle Parklands in November 2024, and I table the correspondence from the government here. I move the following: that Council welcome the commitment of Roads Minister John Graham of an additional $20 million from the New South Wales Government to Council to improve Rozelle Parklands and provide additional facilities within the local community. And I want to say for the record that I respect Minister Graham for having finally listened to us, because there were so many politicians and ministers before him who failed to do so. That Council write to the Government thanking them for their acknowledgement of the need to further improve Rozelle Parklands and accepting their proposal to fund a new master plan which Council will undertake. Now, I note that that is not the same thing as accepting care, control and management of the site. That will be a complicated process which we should receive independent reports about, but I am proposing tonight that we agree that the master plan process can be undertaken by the Council. The Council receive a report at the February Ordinary Council meeting about the Government's proposed $20 million investment, including an initial assessment of what facilities and amenities could be provided in the Rozelle Parklands and in nearby locations through the funding. The Council note the advice from Transport for New South Wales that an all-weather sporting surface cannot be delivered under the existing conditions of consent for Rozelle Parklands, and commence community consultation on nearby locations where an all-weather surface could be delivered by Council for the benefit of local clubs. And I propose that that include consideration of potential locations such as Waterfront Drive playing fields in Callum Park, Leichhardt No. 2 sporting field, Eastern Park and the Balmain Road playing fields. And I think it's right that we open up a transparent process in which the whole community can make their submissions and views known to Council about where would be an appropriate location. The Council commenced the new master plan process as soon as possible, including holding an initial community consultation event at the pending opening of Rozelle Parklands, which will now be a much more meaningful celebration. The Council write to local residents in Rozelle, Lilyfield, Annandale, Leichhardt and Balmain to inform them of the good news, the $20 million funding commitment from the New South Wales Government, and of our intention to commence the new Rozelle Parklands master plan. And that Council urgently convene a meeting with local sports clubs and Transport for New South Wales to discuss the design of the new amenities block at Rozelle Parklands, as well as expediting the availability of the sporting fields there. So one of the missing elements in the plans was an amenities block for the sporting fields. The government is going to build that over the next year, so it's not one of the things that we would be responsible for, but they need to consult with local clubs about the design and about when we can make the fields available for use in 2024. So I will move that way. Councillor Scott?
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this motion. It was an honour to meet with you and Minister Graham earlier this week to confirm that funding commitment of $20 million, and that being the final meeting in a long series that you and I have held with the Minister and officials from the Department of Transport as the advocates for this part of the community, as the advocates who are going in there to bat for Rozelle, Balmain, Lilyfield, Annandale and Leichhardt. It's a real honour to see this come to fruition. And I'd also like to thank the sporting clubs in the area who came to our roundtable to express their frustration about what they knew was missing from this parkland. There were competing narratives about the parkland, about what would be included, and about what the commitment of the previous government was. And it was only once we were able to join with those sporting clubs and to finally get the attention of the new state government that we were able to deliver this for the community. And it is a real vindication of their commitment and their pursuit of this matter, and of yours as well, Darcy. Thank you so much for all that you've done. I'm really looking forward to an open and transparent process about where the new sporting fields can be located. There are a number of opportunities nearby, albeit that they can't actually be in the parklands because the development is too far progressed. And this is a real commitment that shows that the scepticism that we had about statements that were delivered, not just by the former Liberal government, but by the former and current members for Balmain, were absolutely justified. And the fact that we have now got this in writing...
That is
to
incorrect.
Say,
Thank you very much. Incorrect.
I'll call the meeting to order. Councillor Shetty, I'll ask you to stop from interjecting. Councillor Scott has the floor.
The fact that we have now got in writing an absolute demonstration of the fact that there were missing elements and there were tens of millions of dollars missing from what was needed, in writing is now an absolute vindication of all that our community has gone through and all that they knew that they were missing. I'm so pleased that we'll be able to deliver this for the community, and the master plan process will make sure that we are able to involve them as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Shetty?
I just have a few questions through the Chair to the Director of Infrastructure. I note that the proposal is to give funding to the Council, so just want some clarification about whether the provision of the $20 million is contingent on the Inner West Council agreeing to take on the ongoing care, control and management of the Rozelle Parklands.
I'll put that question to the Director.
The Rozelle Parklands will provide a community benefit once it's been finalised and the full scope realised. The condition of the $20 million, to my understanding, is not necessarily fully subject to, but however we would be wanting to enter into a care control management of the parklands to ensure there is ongoing community access to what will be a great parkland and sporting fields for our community.
Councillor Shetty?
Okay, I'm not sure that answered my question, but thank you. Does the Council have an estimation yet from Transport for New South Wales, this is again to the Director of Infrastructure through the Chair, of the annual cost excuse me, to Council to take over the parklands, including the depreciation of assets?
I'll put that question to the Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, not at this time.
Thank you. And my final question is to you, Mayor. In November 2022, you put out a statement to say that the Rozelle Parklands was underfunded by $15 million. Is that your current estimation of what is required to fund those additional facilities?
I'll address your question in my right of reply.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to move an amendment that I think is important that I've provided to the minute taker, and that is an additional point 8, that councillors receive a briefing on the ongoing annual cost to Council to take on the care, control and management of the parklands, including the depreciation costs, prior to accepting the $20 million and committing to take on this asset. I just want to, so just to speak on this substantively, I want to say that clearly the commitment of additional funding for the parklands from the state government is very welcome. What I am concerned about is that if that provision does turn out to be contingent on the council taking on the ongoing care, control and management of the parklands into the future, that if the estimations of the Mayor from November 2022 of $15 million of underfunding for necessary facilities is correct, I'm concerned that if that is still correct today, that may only leave $5 million for the ongoing care of the parklands. Now, we know the parklands is an enormous site. It has multiple fields, courts, amenities blocks, a playground and shared paths, and I would be extremely concerned that what might seem like a really good deal today might leave the council with a huge and expensive asset liability without the council understanding the full implications of taking on this asset. And I know that you did mention that that is a more complex process that is to be dealt with down the track. I think here depreciation is really critically important. Council will need to put aside annually enough to cover the replacement of all of these assets at the end of their life. And as such, I would just be concerned that if
after the provision of $15 million in facilities, that $5 million may be a drop in the ocean of what is critically important for the council to have an understanding of how long this $20 million will last to cover these costs before accepting the funding. So wanted to say again, I welcome the additional funding from the state government. It's obviously after a lot of advocacy from our community to make sure that this facility is delivered to its fullest, but want to be very cautious when accepting the ongoing care and control of that side, that we do not end up being shortchanged by the state government. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Shetty. Councillor Stamels?
Mr Mayor, I would have thought that at this particular time that any meeting that the Mayor and Councillor Scott would have had with the Roads Minister would have been about the Rozelle Interchange, but I hope you did get a chance to discuss some of that with him when you had his ear. My question is, how did the figure of $20 million
Sorry,
come up?
Councillor Stamels, you've begun your remarks, so I'll ask you to conclude your speech and then we'll come to your questions.
Okay then, yeah. Look, I see it as very positive that an additional $20 million investment is coming to council, basically to create the master plan and to build the additional facilities that will be needed by the community for the many decades ahead. What's important to know, of course, is what's included in that $20 million. Is more needed? How did that figure of $20 million come up in that discussion or prior to that discussion? Is it a council figure? Is it a state government figure? And does anyone know what the cost of the park so far, the commitment to that park so far is? I believe it was in the 50 to 60 million range, but if anyone can correct me on that, I'd be happy with that. So basically it's about some of the financials behind it. Who proposed the $20 million? And what might that fund for the parklands themselves? So I'll put that question to the relevant officer. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put that question to the General Manager or the Director of Infrastructure.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the estimation of the cost to do the scope of works was a composite process with both Transport for New South Wales staff and Inner West Council staff. There were unit rates that were used from like projects to understand how much each of the components might be, those being synthetic, and Transport did a estimate on the cost associated with undertaking some parking on street as well. So those two processes came together to form the $20 million.
Just want to note that my amendment hasn't been dealt with yet.
I'm happy to incorporate it, but I'd like to strengthen the wording slightly.
Thanks.
Through you, Chair, I'd like to ask a question about item 4, about whether we have any more information about what's that condition of consent which prevents synthetic turf being installed in the parklands over the tunnel, which I believe is very shallow soil and isn't much good for trees or grass. It seems ideal for a synthetic surface, and what's preventing that happening?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Transport for New South Wales presented some engineering constraints with those two fields, that being the AFL cricket field and the rectangular field being of an all-weather surface. There are some high voltage electrical cabling below, and the cover that they required to meet Australian standards were not achieved.
And just in relation to the conditions of consent, the park is about to open. The approval is for the fields that have been installed. So there is no, what that means is there's no existing approval for an all-weather surface there.
So the fields in Rozelle Parklands are natural turf.
That's right. Any further discussion? If not, I'll make a brief right of reply. I must say, I have seen more welcoming tones before from people who welcomed something. This is a big win for the community, and I know it contradicts some of the assertions that have been made previously, but to leap immediately into oh no, this is a bad thing.
I think you're misrepresenting what I said, Mayor.
With great respect, Councillor Shetty, I haven't referred to you.
Well, we know who you're talking about.
I'll request respectfully that you desist from interjecting, if you don't mind. This is a very good thing for the community, and I'll just re-explain what's being proposed so that it's clear for everybody. There is no motion before us tonight to agree to take on care, control and management of the site, but quite obviously that is the best outcome for the local community, for the council to manage the park. And our hesitancy about that, that's always been the proposal put forward by the government. Our hesitancy has always been, hold on, we're not taking a half-finished park and we're not having the local people who put up with all the impacts then also have to foot the bill for finishing off the park. And so what the $20 million represents is a way to complete the facilities within the park, and not all of them will be able to be completed there, but we've secured enough funding to ensure that they can be delivered nearby, which is of great benefit to local sports clubs, local children and young people, and so on. There is a very deliberative and important process that will need to go on before the council can take care, control and management. The $20 million is not to fund the recurrent costs of the management of the site. If council takes on care and control, we're accepting the asset. It's a fantastic asset to have, but when you take on new assets like a new park, you're right, it does have a depreciation cost. And we need to know all of the information about the financials and the engineering reports, and that's what the master plan process would be for. So I think that's fairly clear, and I'd really hate to see, having finally made this breakthrough and won something important, have it be undermined by incorrect information being put about in the community about how...
Point of order, Mayor.
I've said that with great respect.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Shetty.
10.23, misrepresentation or misunderstanding. Just want to note that I believe that a misrepresentation or misunderstanding has occurred and would like to be able to address that once you've concluded your remarks.
Councillor Shetty, the debate has concluded. It is I'm ruling on your point of order. I rule that it is not a correct point of order. It has been your practice both tonight and in many council meetings to assert any time that someone makes a point that you disagree with that you're being misrepresentative.
I'd like to move a motion of dissent in the chair because I believe that that's misapplication of 10.23.
Okay, I will rule that it's not a correct point of order. I'd concluded my remarks and that we can vote on the substantive motion. Councillor Shetty has moved a motion of dissent in the chair. I'll ask for advice from the Manager of Governance about how a dissent motion is to be dealt with.
Like our motion, it is put to the table to be voted on.
Is it debated?
Moved.
Moved. So is there a seconder required? Is there a seconder for the motion of dissent? Councillor Langford will second the motion. I'll now put the motion of dissent. All those in favour, please raise your hands. There are 7 votes in favour. All those against? With Councillor D'Arienzo, there are 8 votes against. With great respect, Councillor Shetty, I would request that now that matter has been dealt with, that you desist from interjecting. I'll now put the substantive motion, the mayoral minute. Now I've incorporated Councillor Shetty's proposed amendment, but rather than a briefing, I think this was clear in the motion itself, but we're going to get a report. So I'd be happy to say briefing and report, but a briefing is less than a report. And as stated in point 3 of the motion, Council will receive a report at the February Ordinary Council meeting about precisely that issue. So I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That's unanimous. Excellent to see. Okay, we'll move on to the next item about the Rozelle Interchange. Now, I'm not going to speak at length about the situation with the Rozelle Interchange because I think the coverage has been so ubiquitous there won't be anyone here who isn't aware of what the problems have been. So it's not required for me to provide a verbal preamble. So I'll just propose the following motion. The Council restate its long-standing concerns about the traffic impact from the opening of the Rozelle Interchange and the completion of WestConnex, which have unfortunately been proven correct since the opening of the project. The Council note that the repeated claims by the former New South Wales Government that traffic volumes would be reduced by 50% on Victoria Road have been proven false. The Council convened a Rozelle Interchange public meeting on Thursday, December 7 at 6:30 at Balmain Town Hall to brief the local community about the traffic conditions and to identify measures to propose to the Government. The Council write to the New South Wales Government calling for A, the immediate release of traffic data for Victoria Road, the City West Link and the Anzac Bridge on a daily basis in order to establish an evidence base for necessary mitigations. B, an immediate review of lane configurations on all roads connecting to the Rozelle Interchange to address the traffic chaos that is occurring. And C, the funding that the previous New South Wales Government failed to include in the state budget for public domain and infrastructure on Victoria Road be made available now. I will move that way. Councillor Scott?
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of remarks about this motion, which is very necessary. And again, we all know what the issues are. To reassure Councillor Stamos, who I thank for raising the fact that we do have the ear of the Roads Minister now, and to assure him that in the several meetings that the Mayor and I have had with him, we have indeed raised this. This is a community that has been incredibly badly treated, who have been given misinformation, not just from the previous state government, but also from their state members about what the impact of the opening of this tunnel would be. And it is now time
incorrect.
for us to...
It's a point of order. It's 10.23. I believe that a misrepresentation or misunderstanding has occurred, and I would like to have an opportunity to speak to it once the Councillor Scott has concluded her remarks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Scott, please proceed.
Thank you. I am grateful to this new government for finally seeing the need to invest in the Rozelle community and proud to stand with them as an advocate. I hope that Councillor Shetty is as pleased as the Mayor and I are that we are getting $20 million for a new park.
I think that's the wrong motion.
I'll call the meeting to order. Sorry, forgive me, I was seeking advice from the Manager of Governance. What was that, Councillor Shetty?
I think Councillor Scott was speaking to the wrong motion, the one that we were speaking at a few minutes earlier.
Okay. I wasn't listening at that particular moment. I'll ask Councillor Scott to remain relevant. Councillor Shetty, if things are going to be quite that combative for the whole night, it's going to be a long night.
I don't intend them to be, but if people keep misrepresenting my views, then I will continue to interject.
Okay. It's possible that you're not always correct about whether you've been misrepresented. Councillor Scott?
Sorry, I'll just finish the sentence that I was in the middle of. I hope that Councillor Shetty is as pleased as the Mayor and I are that we are getting $20 million invested in a new park in Rozelle, and we are also getting a review of the traffic configuration around the Rozelle Tunnel, something which this community desperately needs, having been lied to for many years.
Thank you for that. Further discussion, councillors? Councillor De Cruz?
I think I will represent the community in saying that it is very disappointed that billions of dollars have been spent on this unnecessary roadway, and to learn that it is causing further traffic jams now that it's opened is just incredible, because the community has been opposed to WestConnect and Rozelle Interchange and all other road building projects that are going through our neighbourhood, with the promise that it would see no cars on our surface, it would reduce traffic, and now you're saying you actually have to increase the laneways and the road surfaces allocated to cars, even though the tunnel has opened. So I don't know what the billions of dollars are wasted on to get this result.
Mayor?
Thanks very much, Councillor De Cruz. Councillor Shetty?
There's no doubt that the traffic impacts have been absolutely catastrophic on our local community since the Rozelle Interchange opened 10 days ago. From all accounts, there's a large volume of traffic using the new Free Iron Cove Link tunnel after a great deal of confusion at the beginning. But because of the bottleneck at the end of Victoria Road, where the three lanes merge into one, the clear prioritisation of tunnel traffic over the local traffic, and the light phasing that's further slowing the flow from both Victoria Road and the City West Link, we're seeing traffic banking up so much that the local commute times are blown out by up to an hour or more, and the community is rightly frustrated, and these issues clearly need to be resolved with urgency. I just want to put on the record that I do stand by my commitment to see the state government begin planning for the public domain improvements in Rozelle. I think it's the least that they can do once this unmitigated traffic disaster is effectively dealt with, after our community has suffered years of disruption from the construction of this appalling motorway project. Now, I think it would be really helpful if our elected representatives can present a united front in representing our community through this stressful time, and use every tool at our disposal, as I have been doing, to press the state government to get this resolved urgently. We've been told publicly by the Minister for Roads that nothing is off the table to get this resolved, and I just urge all of us to stand united to encourage the Minister for Roads to fix this mess, just as I have been over the last 10 days, and be clear and united going forward, rather than trying to misrepresent what has been positions put forward over the last few months in regards to Rozelle and what the community deserves in terms of public domain improvements after this mess that we've been dealing with for too many years.
Further discussion? Councillor Stamels.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Placing Australia's biggest road interchange at a location where Australia has the biggest congestion was always going to be a very intricate and complex mathematical problem. Well, I think it failed. And from what we're hearing right now is it seems it's going to fail for an extended period of time. And we need to be working very, very quickly. It's great that a public meeting's been convened, but we now need to be working very quickly to see what solutions can be made. Whether or not some early solutions might be the adoption of increased public transport into our local areas to make sure that more people can jump out of their cars and get into buses, get into ferries. That might be an initial solution for the next 4 to 6 months until some of these problems can be resolved. I think council can get in there on the front foot and take some of that inner city traffic off the road, take some of the delays out of it for our residents. So I would see working with the state ferries, I would see working with the state buses, something that we could do immediately. Additionally, we know that the new metro station at White Bay isn't going to be commissioned for service for some time in the future. Well, if this gridlock's going to remain for some years in the future, we need that station online right now so people can get into White Bay. Some of these things we can be petitioning for right now, and I hope a couple of these suggestions, and they certainly will come up from me, but I hope to hear a few more of these suggestions from council. It also defies belief that council missed some of this when we were looking at these designs. I'm surprised that we missed the merging of multiple lanes of traffic into one lane on the Anzac Bridge. Maybe councillors could receive a briefing on that to understand. I'm assuming we're getting updates.
Sorry, Mayor, can I move an extension of time of 2 minutes, please?
Councillor Shetty is moving an extension of time of 2 minutes. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. All those in favour? All those against?
Wow.
I thought this was an important issue. I thought this was a very important issue. Yeah.
I actually didn't get any count there. That was pretty unclear. I might recommit the vote. All those in favour? All those against?
Well done.
It's been carried.
Democracy in action.
Councillor Shetty, I just respectfully say once again, continual commentary, it's not very respectful, and we want to get off on a better foot than that, so I just ask you to tone it down a little bit, with great respect. Councillor Stamlis, you've got an extra 2 minutes. I'm looking forward to it. Well, we'll rescind the motion then. And Jackie.
But no, I do think there's some important information there for councillors as to whether or not we were being given the appropriate information from the road designers, state government, whether we're given that information, because I'm sure that councillors themselves would have noticed problems. I'm sure that the staff would definitely have noticed problems, and that information wasn't coming to us. So there was a definite lack of communication there, because I, as a Balmain ward councillor, I know that Councillor Shetty and yourself, Mayor, would have been absolutely on top of this had we been getting that information through. So it'd be important to know how that communication flow didn't get information to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? Unanimity again. That's excellent. Okay, second last mayoral minutes regard to the Inner West Creative Network. It's fairly uncontroversial. It's just a process issue that the funding needs to be awarded. I propose that I refrain from speaking to it in the expectation that everyone's happy to support it without speaking to it as well. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. The final mayoral minute is in regards to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I propose the following. The Council notes that foreign affairs is the responsibility of the Commonwealth Government. The Council opposes the resumption of military hostilities in Gaza, reaffirms support for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and calls for the unimpeded humanitarian flow of aid to the people of Gaza. The Council reiterates its condemnation of the October 7 attacks by Hamas on Israeli civilians. The Council calls for the immediate release of all hostages being held by Hamas. The Council supports a just and lasting peace between Israel and Palestine, which can only be achieved through a two-state solution and the creation of an independent Palestinian state. The Council notes that the Union Aid Abroad Gaza emergency appeal is advertised in the December newsletter and commits to ongoing promotion of the appeal across Council's communication channels. The Council recommits to the completion and implementation of our anti-racism strategy, noting that it is the first in New South Wales, undertaken by a local government, and that Council thanks the members of the Multicultural Advisory Committee who have recently resigned for their contribution to policy development and invites them to rejoin the committee. I think the motion speaks for itself. I'll move that way.
Mr Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to move a procedural motion that we vote on these items in seriatim.
Okay, thank you for that. Happy to support that. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. There's no debate on a procedural motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Sorry, Councillor Griffiths, are you in support? That's carried unanimously. So just for the clarity of everybody in attendance, that means that each of the clauses of the motion will be voted on separately, which takes a little bit longer, but it is a very clear process. Councillor Scott, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I do not.
Okay. Further discussion?
I'd like to speak to the motion briefly, if I may,
Councillor
Mr
Stevens.
Mayor. I support this motion in its entirety. We had hoped that the recent ceasefire in Gaza would extend beyond a mere 7 days. It did not. Hostilities have since resumed, and the human suffering for the people of Gaza is worsening by the day. It is intolerable. It is also intolerable that Hamas continues to hold hostages, women and children. Given the resumption of hostilities and the Council moved a motion on this matter at its November meeting, it is appropriate that we revisit the matter and we reaffirm Council support for a permanent ceasefire. More broadly, it's appropriate that we reiterate our call for a just and lasting peace between Israel and Palestine and a durable two-state solution.
For that, Councillor Stevens. Any further discussion? Councillor Griffiths?
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this motion. And thank you, Councillor Stevens, for the words a moment ago. I view this motion as an attempt, partially at least, an attempt to make right some of the mistakes that we made last meeting. I do have some amendments. I would like to put the first amendment on the screen, which is 2.2. We have an obligation of reasonable care and diligence in our work. Portraying Council as having previously supported a ceasefire in Gaza when the Council specifically voted against calling for a ceasefire is, in my view, not accurate. As such, I am putting this amendment. At the last Council meeting, Labor voted down my motion that called on the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister to start advocating for a ceasefire. The vote was 7-7 with a Labor chair using a casting vote against the motion. Labor's foreshadowed motion simply noted Penny Wong's words that called for steps towards a ceasefire. Nowhere in Labor's motion did it call for a ceasefire in Gaza or state that the Inner West Council unequivocally supports a ceasefire. I welcome the suggestion that Council should formally oppose the resumption of the war in Gaza. But for accuracy's sake, this should be amended to read affirm. We should not pretend that Council had this right for the first time.
I'll second that amendment. I do.
Debating, I won't accept the amendment.
So
we're
dealing with
debating
the amendment.
Councillor Griffiths' amendment. He's already spoken to it as well as to the substantive motion, and Councillor Lockie will now speak to the amendment.
No problem.
Look, I agree with Councillor Griffith's comments on this. I know I've no doubt all the councillors around this chamber have heard from many people who were extremely upset by the statement that was released on Council's website after the meeting had taken place, particularly people who were in the room that night. The word that was put to me in a lot of the commentary from the public was that they felt like they were being gaslighted on this, and I know, I hope I can be confident in the fact that nobody around this chamber would want to gaslight our community on an issue as important as this. So it's a minor amend, but I do agree with Councillor Griffiths. You know, words mean things. When we move amendments, we specifically choose whether we want to say we note something, or we support something, or we endorse something. And I know for me, they are always deliberate choices of words. And to state that noting the comments of the Foreign Minister is the same as resolving support is, I think, it was a misrepresentation, and I feel like we would be doing our community a disservice to pretend that it was any different, and we would, I hope, take some steps towards rectifying the very real anger and distress that was caused by the way that was positioned after the meeting.
Thanks for that, Councillor Lockie. I'll just speak briefly against the amendment. Not having been in attendance at the last meeting, I won't claim to have been aware of all of the nuances, but obviously I've seen the footage, and I was distressed to see the sort of very fervent, very wound up atmosphere within the chamber, and it didn't look like a safe situation to me from afar. It is true that there can be different interpretations about the meaning of wording. And in diplomatic language, of course, and I do mean not diplomatic in the social sense, but in the foreign affairs sense, words are really important. And so I felt very comfortable that the motion that was passed at the last meeting was calling for a ceasefire, noting the Foreign Minister's actions towards that. I accept that some people don't agree with that, but this motion is absolutely clear. And I'll just add one more thing. We all know that the awful, awful situation in Gaza is not going to be solved by linguistic disputes at the Inner West Council. So let's get a position that everyone is clear on, and I think that's been proposed tonight, and then let's get back to local government where we can actually do something for this local community, because we're not going to be the people who solve the problem over there. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If not, I'll put the Griffiths-Lockie amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. There are 7 votes in favour. All those against? There are 8 votes against. That has been defeated.
Mayor, I have a further amendment.
I'll ask you to speak to the amendment, but not to the substantive motion, which you've already spoken to.
This is to amend point 3. I'll condemn anyone who takes an innocent life. The current point... Sorry, is it point 3? For the current point 3, centres the conflict on the events of the 7th of October. But this has been a long conflict, 75 years. And it cannot be viewed in isolation of this history. The history of the occupation of Palestine, of the forced displacement of millions from their homelands for Nakba, and the illegal settlement in the West Bank. I offer the following point to balance the mayoral minute, but also reiterate a point agreed at the last meeting. I hope it's accepted.
I'll also second that amendment. Only to reiterate, this is not new. This is what we resolved at the last council meeting, and it does recognise that this conflict so tragically has many, many victims, and I believe again that this will be important to our community to show that we understand that.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll speak briefly against the amendment. It is true to say that the entirety of the wording that's proposed in the amendment was adopted by the council at the last meeting, so in that sense it is redundant. but it also cannot be claimed that the council does not support that sentiment or that statement because it's already been resolved. I have no problem with a singular motion condemning Hamas, and I think that's an important position for this council to take. The footage of people coming in on hang gliders over a music festival with automatic machine guns and mowing young people down, that is an organisation that deserves condemnation all the time on every occasion. And I hope that there's no one here who would object to the simple statement or would vote against it because it doesn't also restate something else the council has already resolved. That statement being that council reiterates its condemnation of the attacks of the 7th of October by Hamas on Israeli civilians. And so I won't accept the amendment and we'll vote on it. I'll put the Griffiths-Lockie amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That is 7 votes in favour and 8 votes against. That has been defeated. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the motion or to move a further amendment?
I do have one further amendment, Mayor.
Councillor Griffiths?
Thank you. And this is to amend point 8. A two-state solution may be a way forward for a long-lasting peace, but efforts towards this have long been undermined by illegal settlements of the West Bank and the illegal occupation. Another structure is a single state where Jewish and Palestinian residents can live in harmony with equal legal rights. That's possible, and that's something that I think that everyone here should support. What is clear, however, is that a long-lasting peace will not come to fruition with an illegal occupation ongoing and a system of laws that discriminates against Palestinians, a system which many have rightly described as 21st century apartheid. I put this amendment.
Is there a seconder for the amendment?
I'll second it.
Councillor Mackey, do you wish to speak to it?
Look, I think Councillor Griffiths has covered it, but I will just signal that I think the point that we all are agreed on is that Council supports a just and lasting peace between Israel and Palestine. So if this amendment is also unsupported, I'm just flagging I will move a further amendment that we simplify the point to that, because I think what Councillor Griffiths is saying about the two-state solution is correct. There is division, not just within the international community, but also within Israeli and Palestinian communities about the way forward on this. So that's my concern. I completely appreciate and agree with the sentiment. I'm just a little bit worried about choosing a path on that.
Thank you very much for that. I'll speak briefly and respectfully against the amendment. As stated during the discussion of the last amendment, we have already resolved the wording that Councillor Griffiths proposed and which was incorporated into the motion that was adopted at the last meeting, which is a quite thorough acknowledgement of the occupation, of the illegal settlements, of the history of dispossession. Now, I'll defer to others in this room who perhaps have or believe that they have a greater understanding of foreign policy and the history of the Middle East, but quite clearly the Council's position is an explicit one in support of a Palestinian state. And whilst I don't necessarily disagree with language that is being proposed, knowing how heated it got last time and how detrimental that was to the Council as a whole, I put a fair bit of time into thinking about this language, and I think it represents a sensible and thoughtful and principled position, and so I'm unwilling to amend it on the fly for something that doesn't substantially change the adopted position of the Council. And as everyone who's as expert as we all are in diplomatic language knows, sometimes it's important to put less in rather than more. So I've spoken against that. I'll now put the Griffiths-Lockie amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Oops, sorry.
Can you keep it up, Mayor?
All those in favour, please raise your hands. There's 7 votes in favour. All those against? There's 8 votes against with Councillor D'Arienzo, so that has been defeated. Councillor Lockie?
I'll move that amendment then, that we amend point 5 so that it simply says that Council supports a just and lasting peace between Israel and Palestine. I fervently agree with what you just said, that sometimes saying less is more on this. I certainly would not pretend to be an expert in international diplomacy on this front, but I think all of us are very, very much agreed that what we want to see is a just and lasting peace in the region. So I would suggest that we amend it to that, and so that we can ensure broad support and that leave the community in no doubt not cause any further distress to our community, put it that way.
What is it about a two-state solution and the creation of an independent Palestinian state that you think is divisive?
I think the concern there is that there is division within, as I said before, within the international community. There is fluctuating support for the solution among Israelis and Palestinians as to whether that goes forward. My own personal view is I would love to see it. I don't know if it's possible. We've seen in places like South Africa that a one-state solution can be made possible even after the most horrendous of apartheid situations. I'm not saying it's the same thing in Israel, but that is what has happened in South Africa. So that's my concern with it, is that we're throwing a weight behind something that doesn't necessarily have the support of people within our community, let alone the wider community.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just speak very briefly against the motion. It is true that
there is a seconder for that motion.
Sorry, are you the seconder?
I will second that, yeah.
Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. I'll just bring up your mayoral minute. I think part of the issue with the wording that you've put forward, Mayor, is you've used the word which can only be achieved through a two-state solution. And in that context that Councillor Lockie has put, there is growing doubts considering the reality in Palestine and the illegal settlements which have undermined those previously proposed borders. There is growing doubts that a two-state solution will ever be possible. But yeah, I think for accuracy, it's certainly not the only solution, and it should not be the only solution that this council supports.
Happy to delete the word only. I'll agree to that amendment. But we haven't voted on any of the items yet, so we'd have to come back to that after Councillor Lockie's amendment. Okay, I'll refrain from speaking against that amendment, but note that I'll be voting against it. Is there any further discussion of the amendment? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 7 votes in favour. All those against? There's 8 votes against. That has been defeated. Is there any further amendment to the primary motion?
Not amendments, but I'd like to speak to the substantive motion now.
Well, we've voted to deal with them in seriatim, so what I propose, and I think this is in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice, is that each one of these clauses would become a substantive motion.
Oh, yay.
And we debate them all.
Well, I'll just signal then that it'll be point 8 that I'll speak to.
Okay, no problem. Sorry, I know it's time-consuming, but I wasn't the person who chose to make this a major issue at the Inner West Council. Okay, I won't need a seconder because it's a mayoral minute, so I'll put point 1, that Council notes that foreign affairs is the responsibility of the Commonwealth Government. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to that? If not, I'll put that.
Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering why that was included in this motion.
Is that a question posed to me?
Yes, thank you.
I think it's self-evident that foreign affairs is the responsibility of the Commonwealth Government, and I also think it's very clear to all of us that the local community feels more comfortable about us focusing on local affairs than they do on foreign affairs. In such an issue as this, which is one of the most traumatic things that we've seen in our lifetime, it is certainly my personal view that the Council getting really deeply involved in taking often controversial positions or things that bring inflammatory discussion into the chamber doesn't help a lot. And so I wanted to note in this motion, as was noted in the previous motion, that it is not the responsibility in a statutory or legal sense of the Inner West Council to conduct foreign affairs. Is there any further discussion of point 1? Councillor Griffiths?
I'll speak against point 1. I think Council has a responsibility to be the voice of the community and to put forward for discussions topics which are seen as important to everyone, to a great many of people in the community. For instance, in this, multicultural members of our community, Palestinian members of our community, who have wanted Inner West Council to play a role in advocating to the federal government to support a ceasefire. I don't think that this is one of those issues calling for a ceasefire that is a controversial one. I don't think that's controversial at all. It should have been pretty straightforward. So I know where you're coming from a legal sense, perhaps, but I think there is a broader responsibility of local government to respond to the community, and that includes international solidarity as well. And that's something that I give to the Palestinian people.
I believe that we all do in voting for these motions. So I'll put that point 1, moved by myself as a mayoral minute. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried with 8 votes in favour and 7 votes against. Point 2, that Council opposes the resumption of military hostilities in Gaza, reaffirms support for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and calls for the unimpeded humanitarian flow of aid to the people of Gaza. Now, I just seek advice on this. I'm not going to relitigate a debate on the amendment that's already been debated and defeated about whether the word reaffirms should be replaced. So I think, given we've already conducted that debate, that any amendment to that effect would be redundant because it's already been resolved. But councillors are able to move a further different amendment to the same clause. Is that correct? Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to move a further amendment to that clause? Okay, if not, I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried unanimously. Third, that Council reiterates its condemnation of the October 7 attacks by Hamas on Israeli civilians. Is there any amendment to that? I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried with Councillor De Cruz voting against. The Council calls for the immediate release of all hostages being held by Hamas. All those in favour?
Can I speak towards that? Debating each. I think I would just like to note that there are a large number of Palestinians held in Israeli jails without charge and without trial. And this is not only adults but children as well, and that's a significant number. And I don't think Council would accept an amendment noting that, considering other reasonable members have been rejected. But I also call for the immediate release of any innocent Palestinians illegally held in detention by Israel, and I think that's something that I condemn.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. We're up to point 4. All those against? Councillor De Cruz has voted against. I'll call the meeting to order. Point 5, that Council supports a just and lasting peace between Israel and Palestine, which can only be achieved through a two-state solution and the creation of an independent Palestinian state. I note... I can't hear you. Okay, noting that I'd agreed previously that we would remove the word only, so I'll propose that change to the wording. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss this motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried with Councillor De Cruz against. Point 6, that Council notes that the Union Aid Abroad Gaza emergency appeal is advertised in the December newsletter and commits to ongoing promotion of the appeal across Council's communication channels. I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. The Council recommits to the completion and implementation of Council's anti-racism strategy, noting that this is a New South Wales first. There's no debate. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. And that Council thanks the members of the Multicultural Advisory Committee who have recently resigned for their contribution to policy development at Council and invites them to rejoin the committee.
Mayor,
Now, I've just got Councillor De Cruz and then Councillor Lockie. Councillor De Cruz.
So we haven't actually been advised as councillors of the resignation of these members of the advisory committee. So has that correspondence been received from the members, and what reason did they give for resigning?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through the chair, I was on sick leave when the meeting where the committee resigned happened. My understanding from talking to my staff is that on the evening, people who were present verbally indicated they were resigning because of the stance taken by council the previous evening. Subsequent to that, there were a number of written resignations that did not, in written form, say that. They just said that they were resigning.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Councillor Lockie.
I do want to note why the Multicultural Advisory Committee wanted their resignations noted by council tonight. As
Councillor Lockie, can I just suggest, because it might be the easiest thing to do, I assume you would like to propose the motion that you had tabled as a motion on notice, and perhaps if you wanted to propose it as an alternate motion now, we could vote on them both at the same time. It's up to you. It doesn't need to happen that way.
that's all right. I'm not sure I fully understand procedurally what would happen in that case.
You're able to move. This is a motion that we're considering. You're able to move a foreshadowed motion. You've already got a motion on the.
I think it's okay. I think they're similar enough that I'm happy to talk to what I was going to speak to.
Sorry to have interrupted.
No, that's fine. The reason I did table that motion that you referred to is because the outgoing members of the Multicultural Advisory Committee wanted their resignations noted by council. And so as council staff have just advised, all 10 committee members who were present at their last meeting on Wednesday, the 22nd of November, resigned at the end of that meeting. 2 other members who were unable to attend resigned over the following days. They did so after Councillor Griffith's motion calling on the Australian government to urge for a ceasefire and peace negotiations and to work with the international community to end the humanitarian disaster in Gaza was voted down at our last council meeting. Many of the outgoing committee members are part of or work with multicultural communities that are directly affected by this conflict, either because they are Palestinian or because they are communities that have also experienced war, genocide, mass displacement. And so the failure of council to support those very basic and human rights-based calls at our last meeting sent a very strong message to our community. And that is what triggered the unprecedented mass resignation. And I think that's a huge loss for us as a council, as these members have worked really hard with us to improve the lives of our culturally diverse communities, and in some cases over many years. And I think there is, I hope there's not, this isn't the case, but I think there is a very real possibility that they may have lost too much faith in council at this point to come back. And I'm very sorry it's come to that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could also speak to point 8, and I do just acknowledge to Councillor Lockie's motion that is on the paper as well. I understand and I appreciate that the events in the Middle East are deeply painful for residents, and we've seen a lot of that pain over the past week. Earlier in the term, I was really proud to work with Councillor Lockie, and together we moved a motion to engage council to initiate an anti-racism strategy. That was a request that had come from the Multicultural Advisory Committee in the previous term, and we know just how important and central that work is to the committee. And I know that strategy is really important to everybody here in this room, including Councillor Lockie. So I do understand where the concern is from Councillor Lockie. I share it. I really want for that strategy to succeed because it really matters. It matters for council, it matters for people from culturally and linguistically diverse communities across the Inner West, and it matters to the members of the Multicultural Advisory Committee. So the stakes are high in this. I think that the strategy is essential to identifying unconscious bias and developing local strategies to counter racism in all its forms. And I acknowledge that the Multicultural Advisory Committee are just really critical to that work. So it is my strong hope that we could invite them to return and continue that work. Of course, I respect their decision to resign, and I'm eternally grateful for all the work that they have done to date. But I hope that with an invitation to return, that they can come back to that work and help give their leadership and their expertise and their connection to community to make sure that that strategy isn't just the most successful strategy it can be for the Inner West Council or for the people that will rely on it, but also for other councils across the country that are looking to us for leadership on this matter.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Howard. Is there any further discussion of...
Mr Mayor, if I might.
Yes, Councillor Atkins.
I just wanted to make some points and support what Councillor Lockie said, but also just to point out that I am aware that in order for members of the Multicultural Advisory Committee who have resigned as a result of what happened in this chamber and also afterwards, I am aware that the only way they would be convinced to rejoin the committee would be if there was some form of formal apology, that Council explained its decision of 21 November and explained how it plans to comply and commit to future anti-racism and human rights related campaigns. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Atkins. I'll just speak briefly in support of the motion. I'll come back to you, Councillor Stamos. I respect the work of the members of the Multicultural Advisory Committee. I'm very proud of this Council's record on multiculturalism, which I won't go to at great length here. But we all know that there's a very broad multicultural policy agenda at this Council, and that has been since its inception. And there was in the three former councils. We were the birthplace of Australian multiculturalism. We are the only council in New South Wales that is seeking to undertake an anti-racism strategy. It's been a bit slower than we would have liked, but we are committed to doing that. I understand that some people were distressed or hurt by the meeting last week, but that happened on many sides. And I'll give you one example. When I heard that Mark Drury, a guy who's dedicated his life to the welfare of children, literally works with the most disadvantaged kids in New South Wales, he'd had Baby Killer screamed at him, and the stuff that he's received since then, and not just him, everyone, including two councillors who've had unauthorised pieces of material letterboxed in their neighbourhood accusing them of supporting genocide through an illegal pamphlet. So I reckon we could all do something to take the heat out of this debate. And what we can do tonight and conclude this is adopt a principled position. And then I appeal to everybody that no matter how strong you feel about this, don't try to make division a centrepiece of how this council conducts itself. There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried with Councillor De Cruz against. That concludes the mayoral minutes. Now, because we've taken such a long time, and I take responsibility for that, of course, so I apologise to the councillors for having tabled so many substantive motions. I'm going to propose that we adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes so that councillors can get a cup of tea. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. there a procedural motion to deal with any in globo items now?
Yes, I do have a number of items that have been provided to the minute taker.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Can I ask that they are listed on the screen? Now, councillors, I just ask for your cooperation. As you all know from previous experience, if any councillor wishes to pull one of these items out, then they can't be voted on block. So I'm going to go through each of them. Please let me know if you would like to have it debated. Item 1, Blue-Green Grid Strategy. Item 4, Pratton Park Plan of Management. Item 9, Good Neighbour Policy. We'll take that one out. Item 15, Audit and Risk Committee. Item 17, Submission to Local Government Tribunal. Item 21, Arts and Music. Item 17 or item 21? Item 21, Arts and Music Recovery Plan bi-monthly update. Item 30, Support for Local Manufacturing. And item 33, Cooling Centres. 33 comes out, so we've got exactly 5 items that we're voting for on block. Moved by Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Now, there's a list of what's left. Item 2. Yep. Item
Mr.
2,
Mayor.
Macarthur Parade Planning Proposal. Councillor D'Arienzo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move this recommendation with some amendments provided to the minute taker. Thanks. If I can just speak briefly to the amendments, I wanted to acknowledge that preserving our heritage while fostering development is a delicate balance, especially in the inner west. Heritage listings are not merely constraints, they also tell the stories of our local character. Next year, we will embark on our LEP making process and we will look at rezoning land for uplift, but the delicate balance is about finding ways that heritage and development can coexist. In moving this motion to endorse the Macarthur Parade Heritage Planning Proposal, I acknowledge the long and comprehensive process which commenced back in 2021. What we have before us tonight is not an opportunity to make heritage policy for the entire LGA on the run. Rather, it is specifically listing 4 homes and a Baptist church within with local heritage significance within Dulwich Hill. In carrying out the heritage assessment, qualified professionals with subject matter expertise conducted detailed assessments looking at the heritage value criteria and justifying the strategic and site-specific merit. The 2 minor amendments that I'm proposing are to allow sufficient freedoms to update properties internally without council intervention, and number 2, to invite the owners to meet with our wonderful planning staff and get advice on our LEP's heritage protection incentives and the potential development opportunities that exist. The land use for Macarthur Parade is zoned R2, low density residential. It is the case that certain development is already permitted with consent, such as a dwelling house, a secondary dwelling, a granny flat or senior housing. It's not correct that the R2 zone permits multi-dwelling builds. I think that it's important for the owners to have all the information available to them on how this proposal will affect them. Thanks.
Thanks very much,
Yeah.
Councillor.
May I would like to second it.
I've got Councillor Drury.
Thank you. I rise to support these properties being recognised as items of local significance. And I think it is important for us to protect the things about our suburbs that we love. I think it is important to maintain the central character of our suburbs in as much as we can. And that is why I support this. I think we've gone through a very thorough process, and I thank the staff for going through that process, for getting the advice that is needed to support the contention and the belief of many in Dulwich Hill that these are, in fact, items of local significance. But I also want to be really clear, as Councillor Lorenzo was, is that there is a need for increased density in Dulwich Hill. It's just not there. There is an increased need for density, and as we go through the LEP process, we will, as we go through the LEP process, we will look at those places in Dulwich Hill and the rest of the Inner West Council for that increased density, because we are all well aware that we have to do more to provide for more housing in the Inner West. May I ask one question at the end, please, Mayor?
Yes. Do you wish to do so now?
Yes, please. I've finished my contribution. I would just like to ask the staff to outline the process of discussion with the owners of those properties, please.
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've undertaken an extensive consultation with the Dulwich Hill community, and that includes the residents of Macarthur Parade. We've sent an extensive letter, a 4-page letter, to the property owners, advising them of the proposed plan control changes, and we've also included the surrounding residents as part of that letter as well. We have also visited one of the sites in question and also received 10 phone calls and 20 emails as part of that consultation from the Macarthur Parade residents. And that was really to make sure that we understand the level of support with the proposal and also the concerns raised by the community.
Thanks very much for that.
Mayor, thank
Yes.
you.
Councillor Langford.
I have a question and also some amendments. Thank you. The question is just regarding item 1 of Councillor Lorenzo's amendment, just the interiors. I just wanted to ask through you to the relevant officer about the general practice with listing heritage items and the interior of heritage items, and are they usually included, the interior?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the general practice is initially on the point of listing the interiors are listed. However, we have not undertaken an assessment of the interiors as part of this planning proposal application.
Councillor Langford, did you have any amendments?
Yes, thank you. I've provided those amendments to the minute takers earlier, and I just want to acknowledge the comments made by Councillor Lorenzo and Councillor Drury. I support that. We definitely need more housing. We all agree on that. These are R2. I think it's really great if council can enable a level of infill development. And probably point 1, I would say, is redundant because that part of the amendment was about undertaking discussions with the residents, which is already covered in Councillor Lorenzo's amendment. But point 2 is about looking at opportunities to discuss potential new controls that would lead to outcomes which are sympathetic to the retained historic homes. So that would be council preparing a report that will allow perhaps more flexibility in what might be possible for heritage listed homes across the LGA in order to try and increase the supply. So that would include encouraging strata title, and that report could be brought back to council.
Mayor?
Councillor Griffiths? Well, hold on. We've got amendments from Councillor Langford, which need to be debated if they're not going to be incorporated. So I'll just ask Councillor D'Arienzo, maybe I'll ask you to have a look at that because they're lengthy, and I'll come back to you after Councillor Griffiths has spoken.
I was just going to second the amendment.
Okay, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, please. So currently, subdivisions in the inner west are only allowed from a street front, I guess, kind of straight through. We're suggesting that it might be worth investigating, especially for big lots with huge backyards like this, other forms of subdivision patterns which would allow for that land to be used more effectively for infill development. We're suggesting that, for certain lots, it might be appropriate that secondary dwellings not just be restricted to 2-bedroom, which is the current restriction, and that something larger could be there. And I think historically, you do see some developments like this in the inner west. One thing that catches my mind is number 12, Cecil Street, which was a neighbouring property, and it had this great big heritage listing manor at the front, and then it was providing houses for, maybe half a dozen residents out the back in a separate block. You had the heritage and you had density. I think actually that worked pretty well. And likewise, making sure that we retain current buildings can be really good for the environment because they have a lot of embodied energy, and I think that strata title can be an effective way to incentivise that. So I support the amendments. I do also have some questions regarding the primary motion, Mayor, but I'll come back to that.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor D'Arienzo, have you had a chance to look at the amendments?
I have, thank you. I'm not going to support it because I think it is a policy that requires careful consideration, and what I would like to do is get council officer expertise on it before we go about making heritage policy on the run. So I'm supportive of the intention, but this particular motion of the officers is about a planning proposal for 4 properties and a church. I suggest that if you're wanting to make heritage policy, bring it in a separate motion.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're now debating the Langford-Griffiths amendment. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to it? Councillor Stamlis?
Sorry. I'd just like to clarify through you to the Director of Planning, Mr Mayor. Pardon me. I'm just not sure that to remove interiors as part of the heritage listing is consistent with when council usually endorses items of local significance. So if we were to do that in Balmain, Rozelle, Lilyfield, Annandale, would that be consistent there, that we would remove interiors, or is it optional, or what's happening here?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Currently, the listing of interiors is a standard instrument clause under heritage in the Inner West Local Environmental Plan, but it is open to council to propose an alternative.
Thank you for that.
I suppose my last point, Mr Mayor, is, and I'll seek clarification again if my numbers are right, but 57% of Dulwich Hill is already flats and apartments. It has a further 11% of semi-detached row or terrace. That probably defines pretty solidly that it's...
Can I ask you to frame your question, please, Councillor Stamlis?
Well, I'm just... I'm asking whether council would consider Dulwich Hill already a high density residential location based on the data that's publicly available.
To the council officers.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if we were to summarise the density of Dulwich Hill, it would be more around the low to medium rather than high. High residential density in planning terms is generally characterised as R4 zoning.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any further discussion of the Langford-Griffiths amendment? Councillor De Cruz?
I'm just looking at the strata title question, C there. If you can answer it just briefly, otherwise we'll take it offline. But is parking a requirement for strata title in this area? Off-street parking a requirement for strata title? And I note that in the Parramatta Road renewal, you're just decoupling or desensitising or whatever you're doing to
Point of order.
parking.
Is this question related to heritage in any way?
It's related to point C.
And
Of the amendment?
Is parking related to heritage?
So it's related to strata title?
We're debating heritage.
Yeah, in fact, we're debating a specific proposal, so I'm going to rule that the question is out of order. Is there any further discussion or debate?
Mr Mayor?
Councillor Scott?
I just have a question through you, if I may. There was some discussion earlier and confusion about the quantum of existing heritage in the LGA. Through you, could I ask the relevant officer to enumerate what the percentage is of the LGA that currently has a heritage listing?
I'll put that question to the officers.
There is about 43% of the Inner West LGA has some sort of heritage protection, whether that be a heritage item or a heritage conservation area.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Atkins?
Just very briefly, if I might, because I know there's no right of reply on an amendment, just to make the point that Councillor Langford's amendment asks for a report. It doesn't ask for actual decisions to be made. So I think that really answers Councillor Darienzo's issues with it. But I'll just leave that there.
Okay. Thank you for that. There's no further discussion of the amendment. I'll put that. All those in favour of the Langford-Griffiths amendment, please raise your hands. In support, there are 7 votes. All those against? There are 8 votes against. That has been defeated. We'll return to the debate of the substantive motion. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. The first question I had was similar to how the interior has been removed from the scope of this proposal. Is there ability to remove from scope parts of a lot which are not the primary dwelling? For instance, the backyard, any other dwellings on the property. Like, is there a way to just make it scope in on the house?
I'll put that question to the officers.
The heritage listing will relate to the lot itself, which covers the house and the surrounding area. The planning controls, the rest of the planning controls will still apply to the lot, and so then it will come down to what's appropriate in terms of the curtilage around the primary house and what could occur there, but the current planning controls will still apply on the site.
And just another question, if I may, through you,
Yes,
Mayor.
of course.
So 2 questions, I'll just put them both. Can you confirm the comments made by Councillor Darienzo that currently with the dwellings, and if they are heritage listed, that there will still be provisions to allow for secondary dwelling, granny flat, etc. I just want to hear that by council officers for the recording, for the gallery, not because I don't know that Darienzo has done her homework, which I'm sure she has, but just, yeah, but for the gallery, that would be great. And the second question I had was...
Do them one at a time so it doesn't get too confusing. I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the existing plan controls will continue to apply on the site. That includes the land use, R2 low density residential, which includes the possibility of a secondary dwelling being built on the site, subject to the relevant applications to council.
Thank you for that.
Just my final question. So there was 43% of the LGA having some form of heritage protection. Has there been any mapping or analysis done about what percentage of the LGA to the south of Parramatta Road is heritage protected? Because I do know a lot of that is on the north side, considerably.
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are extensive heritage conservation areas on both sides of the Parramatta Road, noting certainly large areas around Haberfield, for example, but also further south, for example, Abergeldy Estate within the Dulwich Hill suburb.
So can I just confirm that, Mayor, that there hasn't been any mapping done and we don't have a precise figure? Well,
I think the question's already been answered. Any further questions or discussion?
Sorry, Mayor, I do have a question. In relation to Councillor, through you to the officers, in relation to Councillor D'Arienzo's update around removing interiors as part of the heritage listing, I'm just curious about what the effect of that will be. Would it mean, if they're left in, that interiors can't be touched or they have to be done in a certain style? And what would it mean if they're not included? Are there still controls that apply to them?
Okay, I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the removal of interiors as part of the heritage item would mean that the interiors are not part of the heritage significance of the overall heritage item. However, any amendments to the interior of the house would still require a development application to the council to assess the heritage significance.
Okay, it's 9:38. So, Councillor Drury is moving that the motion be put. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried with Councillor Stamoulis against. So, that having been passed, we are now required to immediately go to the mover of the motion for a right of reply. Councillor D'Arienzo?
Waived.
Waived. Okay, I'll now put is everyone clear? We've dealt with the amendments, we're voting on the primary motion. All those in favour of the D'Arienzo jury motion, please raise your hands. In support, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All those against? There are 3 votes against. That has been carried. Thank you very much for coming along.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I please move item 3?
You can.
Mackey Plan,
It is a little bit depressing that we're up to item 3.
I know, I didn't want to say the number. But I would just like to move the report as recommended with some amendments that I had circulated to the minute takers in an email at the beginning of the meeting. Yes, thank you. Thank you, as always, to the staff for their work in preparing this plan and management. Thank you also to the many residents, clubs, sporting clubs and organisations who've taken their time to make submissions and provide feedback. Mackey Park is one of the most beautiful parks. I'm going to say the most beautiful park, potentially, in the inner west. Sitting right alongside the Cooks River. It's beautiful. And in close proximity to Tempe train station. Beautiful station. It's home to many diverse local clubs and organisations, including the Red Devils, River Canoe Club, Cooks River Croquet Club, Croquet New South Wales, Marrickville Cricket Club and the Concordia Club. Each of these clubs and organisations has raised opportunities, ideas, and there's much in the plan and management to inspire and bring people together. I've spoken with members of the executive of the Concordia Club, however, and it does appear that we have to do a bit more work when it comes to refining the opportunities with the existing Concordia Club building, which I note sits on Crown Land Lot 72, which is managed by Council. I also understand that other sporting clubs are eager to make grant applications for other works at the park, and as such, there would be an unacceptable impact in simply deferring the POM for consideration, which is what I had initially intended to do earlier. In that sense, I propose that we do adopt the POM, and I had sought some advice around the amendments from staff about how we could best proceed with this to get the best of both worlds, trying to really balance out the opportunities for all different parties. So I'm proposing that we adopt the POM, noting that the Concordia Club is a standalone entity located on lands that are not council-owned and managed. I propose that we exclude those lands for now and engage in a standalone process early next year, which the staff have assured me is possible in the form of an amended POM. So that would mean that the matters related to the envelope contained within the boundary of the Concordia Club itself do not proceed at this stage. A key benefit of that approach is that it does give us the opportunity to take a more detailed and proper look at the initiatives being discussed around the Concordia Club building and to do more consultation on the opportunities it may present. I think that there's really engaging and intriguing ideas there that we could bring people together to work with, but everybody needs to be in the tent, and we just need a bit more time to get that happening. I'd also propose that council sort of immediately start the priority action plan for works now, because I think it's important that we don't slow down or impede any preparations for any other improvements in the park. Just need 20 seconds, if I may. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, I just wanted to note this. I want to propose that we urgently consider lighting upgrades to the pathway along the northern edge of Mackey Park. This just has to be a priority project. The lack of safe lighting there has been referenced a number of times throughout the plan of management by residents and stakeholders, and people will have seen that it's been subject to media reporting in recent weeks too. And with the temporary transport plan that I know council has provided feedback to previously, it is likely that there will be additional movements from South Marrickville of people walking through Mackey Park to get to Tempe Station. So I just think we need to look at what opportunities might be there to create the safest pathway we can there. So I thank all those involved in the development of the plan of management. I know these things take a huge amount of work, and thank the staff as well, of course, and hope these amendments will gain your support.
Okay,
Mayor?
thank you for that. Councillor Langford?
Thank you.
Do you wish to second the motion?
I would like to second the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, just very briefly, I just want to thank Councillor Howard for the amendment. I think it's great that it can push forward. I too acknowledge that there have been concerns raised around by the Concordia Club and just that parcel of land and working out. I think it's important to bring everyone on board. So I think it's a great solution to just recognise that standalone entity and progress with the plan. And I think the lighting is definitely very important as well. So I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. There's no discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, can I move item 5, please?
Yes, you can. Councillor Scott?
I do not wish to speak to this item, although I invite you to if you'd like to.
I'm happy to second the motion and waive my right to speak. You wish to speak to it?
No, I waive my right to.
Okay. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mayor, could I please move the officer's recommendation for item 6?
Yes. Do you wish to speak to it?
I will briefly. Just want to quickly thank the staff for putting this together, as well as the community members who participated in the community engagement process. This master plan for Peace Reserve is one facet of the broader public domain master plan for the King Street and Enmore Road precincts, which is overall part of Council's really significant investment in revitalising and upgrading our main streets, which is a piece of work that I'm really, really proud of, as I'm sure many councillors are. It's an intrinsic part of Council's work to better support our local economy and our local industries, and to make our high streets and surrounding precincts more accessible, healthier and more welcoming places to be. And like its neighbouring Enmore Road, South King Street is one of the most vibrant parts of our LGA, and it deserves a pocket park on the high street that matches that vibrancy. And is equally as welcoming, particularly when green space is at such a premium and so highly valued by the local community. We need parks and public spaces that are attractive, welcoming and practical for the local area, and this reimagining of Peace Reserve, I believe, will help to achieve that and help to support long-term community use and encourage greater visitation of the surrounding shopping precinct, which is a fabulous area, and improve community perceptions of safety in the area as well, particularly at night, which is really important. I do note some of the concerns from community members about tree removal in the park, but I believe that this plan is justified both given the concerns about overshading and the limited space available in this particular park, which is very small, and that an increased number of trees over the ones that will be removed will be planted in replacement in nearby Camptonville Oval. So I really commend the work that has gone into this plan and note the widespread support for the proposal from the community as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Second the motion and I waive my right to speak. Thank you.
She's waived her right to speak. Does anyone wish to debate the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, can I move item 7, please?
Please proceed.
I note that it is possible, and I might seek a ruling from you as the chair as to whether this master plan update is now substantially redundant, given the earlier mayoral minute. I would like to thank the staff for the work that they've done to date. I look forward to more great work with the community in the future.
Yeah, I think that is the case, but I'll just have a quick look. If I can ask that the wording is displayed on the screen. Got a we can debate as well. I would have thought he can just be included in the report. But okay, Councillor Scott is moving the motion. Officers advise me that it needs to be adopted. I'm happy to second it.
Mr. Mayor, can I move an amendment then, an item 4F, which is consideration of the linkage with the Lilyfield Road cycleway in the master plan. Thank you. Yeah, it's already there. Great, fab.
Great, that's incorporated. Is there anyone who wishes to further amend the motion or to speak against it?
I'd like to remove 4D, please. Move an amendment to remove 4D.
I'm going to rule, this is why I'm kind of hoping to avoid debating all this. There's parts of it that are redundant, there's other parts that aren't. We're getting a report in February. I don't see why we had to have this debate. That part is redundant because we've already voted on precisely that tonight, and that Councillor De Cruz voted for a motion to consider an all-weather playing surface at Eastern Park. So I'll rule that that can't be amended out because it's already been adopted by the council. Further discussion? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Mayor, may I move item 8?
Yep. Do you wish to speak to it?
Briefly, I'd like to thank the officers of preparation of this report and the work that they are doing with our sporting bodies in terms of the quality of our sporting grounds. We've come to this council and been very clear that we want one consistent standard of sporting ground surface across the whole of the LGA. That is our objective. Currently, we put aside almost $5 million a year to do this. But what we also note, and our rec needs study showed, is that we need an additional 6 sporting grounds, 6 summer grounds and 9 winter grounds. We also note that there are some of the clubs that use our sporting facilities that have grown very considerably in the past year. And so there are challenges, and real challenges, in terms of being able to provide residents with active recreational parks. But I think it's fundamentally important that we do, and it's fundamentally important that we provide an adequate standard and an equal standard across the whole of the LGA, including the consideration of synthetics, of all-weather surfaces where we can do that to extend the life. I also note that with the announcement today of that 20 million and some extra money, that we'll have some more capacity. So I thank the officers. I support there being an ongoing discussion.
Conclude your remarks, Councillor.
Ongoing discussion with the clubs about the items in this report.
Can I indicate my preference not to extend time for councillors again this evening, because we're a long way behind. I'm really keen for us to get to the end. So I will try and be a little bit stricter than I have been. I'm happy to second the motion.
Mayor.
Councillor Langford.
Thank you. I have an amendment that was provided to the minute takers earlier.
I'll request that it's displayed on the screen, please.
Thank you. So, yeah, I note the report has a section referring to addition of more all-weather surfaces, and I would like to suggest that with the council commit to installing no new all-weather synthetic playing surfaces, no more of them. We note, and it's been talked about many times, I mean, we are meant to be a leader in the community, a sustainable council, and putting more plastic on the ground like that actually flies in the face of that commitment to our community. We know that playing fields are a vital amenity in the inner west, and I think that as a council we should commit to maintaining and improving our natural turf playing fields and avoid the use of artificial turf, which has a very high environmental cost. We know that it gets very hot on sunny days. We know that it sheds chemicals, and those chemicals and the heavy metals get washed into our waterways, and it impacts on our biodiversity. So thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I do. I think in addition to what Councillor Langford has said about why we shouldn't have synthetic surfaces, I note that the Department of Planning is requiring us to have deep soil, and the reason for deep soil is that it's finally have a recognition of about the sequestration of carbon in soil, which has been a long time coming. So I think so I support this motion, and I accept that you have ruled me out of order on another item about synthetic playing fields. But yes, I commend the amendment to all councillors. And can I ask a question of the staff?
If you've concluded your remarks.
Yep. It's about, I was at Petersham Oval, and there was a very worn piece of ground right at the gate. So do we rotate the use of our grounds, and it affects the wear and tear on both synthetic and natural turf? So do we have that in our policy to actually rotate the use of the grounds?
Through the Chair, yes we do. We work very closely with the clubs, both at the sporting forums each year and also with the Office of Sports Coordinator, with regular meeting, particularly with our soccer clubs, with regards to rotating field use on wear and tear and rotating training under lights. We also are working with the clubs on portable goals to relocate goals for training to ensure that excessive wear and tear is minimised.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to speak briefly against this amendment, and just to note that earlier in this chamber, all members, I believe it was passed unanimously, supported the additional $20 million funding for Rozelle Parklands, which is specifically to include 2 synthetic surfaces. And in support of the Rozelle and Balmain community, I really hope that Councillor Shetty can be consistent in her position, as she said, when she welcomes that investment for her community.
Thank you for that. There's no further discussion on the Langford de Cruz amendment. Councillor Stamoulis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I understand the basis of this motion, the environmental impacts of it. I understand that the amendment very clearly, and I must say that growing up playing Aussie rules in Adelaide over many years, I could think of nothing better than playing on a natural surface. Even though some of those ovals in Adelaide were mud most of the time, but playing on a natural surface would be my typical option. But I know that the grounds in our municipality are intensively used, and it puts a lot of pressure on our clubs. Whether or not at some stage council might want to think about a cap on synthetic fields, that might be a better motion than. But given the intensity of use and the need to make ovals available more and more, I can't support the amendment, even though I know that it's coming from a very strong environmental basis. Thank you.
You to add to the debate to refrain from speaking so that we can try to get on with dealing with the rest of the business. There's no further discussion. I'll put the Langford de Cruz amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, there are 1, 2, 3 councillors. All those against? 12 councillors against. That has been defeated. We'll return to the primary motion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against it or to further amend the primary motion? If not, I'll ask Councillor Drury to make a right of reply or not.
I will, and it'll be brief. I'd like our officers to consider, as part of this discussion with the sporting bodies, to put to them the proposition that the associations, rather than the clubs, hire the fields and look at being the associations taking some responsibility with us in terms of spreading the load on our grounds across the inner west. This is done by cricket and done very well. There are some other associations which I believe, as part of these discussions, officers with this report should be having. The second point I'd like to make is we have had the New South Wales Chief Scientist look at the question of all-weather fields. What the New South Wales scientist found is, yes, there are environmental problems with all-weather fields. They also found, surprise, surprise, there are major problems with grass fields as well. The amount of water, the amount of chemicals that we need to put on those fields, it is not a simple zero-sum game, as it is often put forward. We have the chief scientist come out and be very clear about this. I don't know why this argument is re-prosecuted. Is it science denial? I don't understand it. I support what the officers are doing to provide for a good surface across the whole of the inner west and welcome this report along those lines.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried unanimously.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move item 9 and I waive my right to speak.
Okay, is there a seconder for
Could
that?
I second it with a very brief amendment? Thank you. I've provided that to officers.
I'll ask Councillor Atkins, so you want to speak to your amendment or to the substantive motion?
To the amendment, thank you. I support the substantive motion. My concern is just that we are putting this out for exhibition. There is a part of it which refers in 6.2, in the early part of the policy, it refers to the fact that council is to be the first port of call, basically, at any time. When I first read that, my first question was, is council going to have people on duty out of hours? I believe, and from discussions with the staff, I believe that in fact the intention is that when immediate attention is required outside normal working hours in relation to noise, the police are the appropriate contact point. That is noted 3 sections further on. I just propose that we put a note at the end of paragraph 6.2 and get rid of any need for people in the community to try to make that point.
Not entirely sure that I understand precisely what's being proposed, but I'll go to Councillor Scott as the mover of the motion.
Can I just ask for clarity through you, Chair, from the officers? Does this amendment that Councillor Atkins is proposing seems like a clarification of existing operations, merely an oversight, rather than a new point?
I'll put that to the officers.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, it is a clarification. I think that it does add some value in terms of the editing in the new version.
Fine then.
That's incorporated. Councillor Shetty.
I just have one question. Just through you, Chair, to the Director of Planning, are there any implications to this policy given the recent legislative changes introduced by the New South Wales Government that hand the management of noise complaints over to liquor and gaming that you're aware of as yet?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Once those changes become clearer, then it does change the implication of this policy. Rather than the police being the appropriate complainant after hours, it will be liquor and gaming. But in terms of the responsibilities and roles of council officers, they are largely unchanged.
Thank you for that. Councillor De Cruz.
What notification will there be of the exhibition of these policies, particularly to neighbours of venues to which it applies?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we would put this on the Have Your Say webpage, and for those that we have had several and ongoing complaints, we would notify them of this policy in order for them to provide feedback.
Sorry, can I clarify them as being the clubs or the neighbours?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr Mayor, really both.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it? If not, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
Waived.
That's waived. I'll put the motion, moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Atkins. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mayor, can I move item 10?
Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm going to move this in an amended format provided to the minute taker.
Wish to speak to it?
Yep. I'm proud to move this motion, which has come to Council in response to my notice of motion to the May meeting. In May, I propose that we move towards a gas-free council, a gas-free inner west. That we adopt a transition target to move all of council's appliances and our pool heating to electric. And that we investigate planning controls to ban gas in new developments. I thank the council officers for the report. This is important, with electricity emissions now reduced to zero at council. Gas has become the second highest source of council's operational carbon emissions, 33% behind fleet. Now, tonight, we will be voting to progress changes to the DCP that would require new developments be fitted with electric and indoor appliances, cooktops, ovens, stoves, space heaters, all electric. This is a fantastic step towards all new electric builds. I propose 2 amendments to tonight's report to expand the electrification requirements to apply to both hot water units and to new commercial development applications. We can do this now.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, I don't. I'll waive my right.
That's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Mayor, could I please move item 11 with an amendment that's been provided?
Yes, I'll ask that the minute takers display the amendment on the screen.
Thank you, and I'll kick off anyway. I just want to begin by acknowledging the leadership of Councillor D'Arienzo on this particular motion, as well as a much broader package of initiatives that Council did around the FIFA Women's World Cup to support the Matildas. Councillor D'Arienzo brought the original notice of motion to Council to establish the wall of support during the FIFA tournament, and coordinated the collecting of messages of support from local football clubs and community members, and the initiative to then fund the conversion of the wall into a permanent artwork, which is what we're endorsing tonight. And as we all know, I don't think any of us have ever seen something like this sweep through the inner west previously in the way that Matilda Mania did, and encapsulated hardcore football fans as well as first-time FIFA watchers, myself very much included. And it had a huge impact on athletes across the board, particularly the next generation of young athletes, and particularly young women and young girls in the inner west who want to follow their ambitions and their dreams on the football field. So this is a really fantastic motion and a really appropriate and enduring monument for what was an iconic and historic moment for sport, and particularly for women's sport. So it's really fantastic to see this initiative come back. The amendment that I'm moving to this tonight was developed in consultation with Councillor D'Arienzo, just noting that the water tank at Arlington Oval is not a particularly prominent location for what should be a really prominent mural. And so it just seeks to expand the scope of locations that are considered, whether that might be from a perfect match application or a different council-owned wall elsewhere, and bring it back to February for consideration. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor D'Arienzo, do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Okay, that's waived. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr Mayor, I move item 12 with amendments that have been supplied to the minute taker.
Thank you for that. Do you wish to speak to it?
Briefly in support of the motion, obviously, and just to draw attention to the amendments that have been proposed to expand the work being taken to include some work on the Haberfield Roll of Honour Board within the Haberfield Library. And in that respect, I do want to acknowledge publicly the hard work of Graham Mackey, a local resident, who has done work, historical work, ascertaining the number of missing names from that honour board. He's identified at least 149 names that should be added. I commend the motion with the amendments to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it? Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Mayor?
Mayor, I'd like to move item 13, please.
Such a keen interest in the Balmain ward.
Councillor Scott?
I'd like to thank the members of the Working Party who have so far participated in the project, commend them on their vision, and look forward to working with them again in the future. As a ward councillor, you might also wish to extend your thanks and support.
I do, and I want to thank the council staff for the excellent policy development work that's been undertaken through this working party. The intention when I first brought this proposal to council was that we wanted to try and bring in local people with knowledge and expertise to consider options for the Balmain Town Hall precinct, as well as trying to get the various stakeholders, including private property owners, the Justice Department, the PCYC, local business owners, working together to develop one singular plan for the precinct. I think we've had lots of good success in getting engagement from local residents, excellent policy development work from the council officers, not as much success in getting engagement from the various other stakeholders as yet, but at the last meeting, the plans that were presented, which admittedly were quite visionary and long-term, for how you could open up Balmain Library onto Darling Street, were really enthusiastically supported by everyone who was in attendance. And I appreciated the members of the Working Party who came along today to express their support for the recommendation. I'd like to just strengthen it a little bit, and that's simply by amending point 1 to indicate that those considerations would be included in the 2024-2025 budget. I think a commitment from Council that we're going to continue to engage with the working group, and that we're going to look in the next budget to actually start putting funds into the revitalisation of the whole precinct. That will be enough for us to be able to keep momentum going. And so just to conclude, thanks very much to Simone Plummer in particular and Daniel East for the excellent work that they've undertaken in getting us this far.
Happy to accept that amendment.
Excellent. Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. I too would like to thank everyone who's contributed to the Town Hall Working Group, the staff, the members, and having attended all of the meetings over many months. Also want to thank all of the other residents that were not official members of the working group, but that came to contribute to the really thoughtful discussions over that time. Want to thank the speakers today, Agnieszka, Lisa and Des, for speaking in support of the motion. It's been great to see $3 million of commitment to funding and restoring the Balmain Town Hall, and certainly welcome the Mayor's amendments to have some funding committed to this project going forward. I just wanted to take a moment to address the suggestions by Des Kennedy, who is very passionate about the future of the Balmain Courthouse as a museum, and note support for this suggestion. Want to flag to him that the process that's always undertaken by Council is to ensure broad community consultation before landing on any future use of community assets like the courthouse, and obviously that doesn't preclude any action taken outside of Council to progress options such as what he suggested for a museum, but just want to flag that I think in this instance it is appropriate that Council work on future plans with the broad community consultations being garnered before landing on the specific future use as a museum. So thank them all for their contributions.
Thanks very much, Councillor Shetty. Councillor Stamos.
Councillor Scott, thank you for your commitment to Balmain Ward. You should visit one day and you'd enjoy Balmain a lot. I have an amendment to make to this particular motion, and that is that a number in the group felt that the consideration of the Balmain depot wasn't really in the scope of this exercise, and I don't think it did feature significantly in the scope. So it's best that we don't include the Balmain depot at this time as part of this report, but to open up a suitable consultation process at a future time. So if the mover of this motion is happy to accept that, that'd be great. Thank you.
To speak briefly against that, it is true that there weren't specific plans developed for the depot, but it was integral to the discussions that occurred. And in fact, the plans for opening up the library and the town hall onto the street include using space that is currently taken up by the depot. So I feel comfortable that that can progress, and in fact that amendment to assert that this is not, that it's not part of these plans would be a setback. So I'll vote against that.
I don't accept the amendment.
Okay. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Yeah, I'll second that, and just in doing so, note that I think Councillor Stamoulis' point here is to make sure that there's suitable broad consultation before too many decisions are made with the future, because there's obviously broad interest in multiple different uses for that, and I think it's important that we make sure that there's consultation going forward.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll put the Stamoulis-Shetty amendment. All those in favour? All those against? That has been defeated. We'll go back to the substantive motion. Is there any further amendment? If not, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
Waived.
There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Mayor, can I please move item 14 with an amendment?
Yes, Councillor Howard.
I provided the wording earlier. The amendment is to adopt the recommendations of the local traffic committee meeting, with the exception of item 11, Collins Street, Tempe, the proposed no parking restrictions at the dead end. I'm just deferring that for further consideration by the traffic committee. Just to thank Relisa and John for speaking earlier tonight. I will assure councillors that I have seen the photos up close in first hand. I've seen the video. It exists. It is compelling evidence that we need to look at this again. So I just ask that we defer that particular matter.
Mayor?
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder for that?
Yeah, I'll second that. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks for
seconded by
raising
Councillor
that.
Langford. There's no discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against?
Sorry, was that on the amendment, just to clarify?
No, the amendment is to the primary motion.
Yeah, sorry, I also had an amendment, if I may.
Sorry, yep.
Sorry to be a bit slow. I just wanted to remove the item regarding Smith Street, should be displayed on the screen, item 21, just noting that there has been quite a high level of distress from the Inner Sydney Montessori School and would like that to be deferred for further consultation with them about something that might help to solve their issues since the introduction of the resident parking scheme in Smith Street.
Councillor Howard, you happy to incorporate that?
Yes.
That's incorporated. There being no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mayor, may I move item 16, please?
Yes.
And move it in an amended form as before you.
Councillor Drury's amendment, I've just requested it be displayed on the screen. What is the what's the change?
Just certain dates a week back.
Can I just ask you to speak to it briefly so all the councillors are aware? Can we get it on one page, please? Sorry. Thank you.
Just to give a little bit more time between meetings.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, so the strike through is for the different dates. This is not about Valentine's Day again, is it?
Well, actually, now that you mention it, Mayor, it is Valentine's Day Eve. No, yeah, sure.
No need to speak to it. That's fine. Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move item 17 and I waive my right to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Stamalis was against item 16. That wasn't unanimous. Councillor Scott is moving item 17. Is there a seconder for that?
Yeah, I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Lockie. There being no debate, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we go into confidential session and deal with the confidential items on the agenda at this time.
Okay, so we're up to item 18. Councillor Scott is moving that we move into confidential session to deal with the items tabled within there. It's seconded by Councillor Drury. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I'll ask that the chamber doesn't need to be cleared because there's no members of the Okay, we'll recommence the meeting. Councillor Scott?
Thank you. This procedural motion brings forward the FOGO report from items for noting and all of the notices of motion except for the ones that we've already moved in globo, which are items 30 and 33. And at the same time, I would ask the Chair for a ruling on item 24, which I believe might be redundant now that we've already
I'm happy to
dealt with the
withdraw
max.
that.
Okay, thank you for that. That's simple. That's withdrawn. So, Councillor Scott is moving a procedural motion to move items 19, 25. So I'll have to go through these, I guess.
Sorry, I'm just been advised that Councillor De Cruz asked if she could speak to item 33, cooling centres, but perhaps in the spirit of getting out of here, we could have that one back on the list.
Can we add that back in, Councillor De Cruz? Anyone want to? So, but I still need to go through the list. Item 19, 25, 26.
I'd like to speak to item 26, thank you.
Take that out. 27, 28, 29.
I'm sorry, I just want 30 seconds to move a very small amendment to 29. I promise I'll be very, very brief.
31, 32, 34, 35. Okay, I'll second the procedural motion to adopt all of those recommendations. Moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by myself. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll just ask the Manager of Governance to help me to update this sheet so I know where we're up to. So that brings us to item 18.
Which I would like to move with an amendment which has been provided to the minute taker earlier. The amendment seeks a report on the feedback at the Planning Industry Professionals Heritage Assessment Workshop be provided to the February meeting. That's all.
Seconded by Councillor De Cruz.
I've got an amendment which I've sent to Catherine, which I hope she will put up.
Yep.
And basically it was, I'll speak to my amendment really rather than the motion because there's nothing there. But so and also it pertains to point 2, which is the amendment that Councillor Scott has put up. Councillor Stamlis and I attended the workshop of professionals at Littlefield last week. One issue seemed to be an understanding of the planning controls, especially relating to heritage conservation, that applied to a particular site. It seemed that the pre-DAs were being used to come up to speed on the planning controls, and officers were providing examples of how these controls were met in other developments, and people were taking that as a direction of how to implement the planning controls. But so this was a complaint that officers were restricting the creativity of architects. The workshop seemed useful, as was the Heritage Committee. Councillor Stamlis chaired at Leichhardt Council. Us from Annandale just turned up to hear what they were getting in Balmain, as we've demonstrated earlier this evening that there's been a whole lot of motion for stuff happening in Balmain. It was at this meeting I realised who Douglas Grant was, and I hope all the councillors will know who Douglas Grant is. I note the implementation of the application interface that connects the New South Wales portal and council's property and rating system, one council for development applications, has minimised the manual data entry for applications. And so, but to assist the understanding of these planning professionals, I'm going to propose that council develop a video introduction on how to use what the planning instruments are that apply to sites, how to find them, and so improving the website, and also to review the pre-DA step with a view to making the overall DA process more effective for all stakeholders, including council officers.
Councillor, I ask you to conclude your remarks.
I don't accept this amendment. I have no idea what this is about.
It's not accepted. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Stamlis. Do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, fellow councillors. Councillor De Cruz and I attended that heritage workshop, and these were some key points coming out of that session. I think about 50 or 60 attended. A very effective and well conducted workshop by the council staff. But some clear things did come out about the pre-DA process needs to be reviewed, needs to be rethought to make it effective for all, including other information and access that planners might need, architects and designers might need. So these were some important steps that both Councillor De Cruz and I noted, and we'd hope that Council would want to respond and also include them in the substantive motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just speak briefly against the amendment. All of these issues will be addressed in point 2 of the primary motion that council staff table a report at the February Ordinary Council meeting. And that would be an appropriate time when we've read the report to be able to address the issues proposed in the amendment. There being no further discussion, I'll put the De Cruz-Stamoulis amendment. All those in favour? 1, 2. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That has been defeated. There being no further debate on the primary motion, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Just noting that Councillor Shetty was out of the room.
Mayor, can I move item 20, please?
Councillor Howard is moving item 20.
I've got a small amendment there which I'd circulated earlier. The only thing I really want to say here is thank you to Councillor Langford and Councillor Smith for working on this committee. Thank you to all those community members who came and gave their expertise and their leadership to be part of this over the last year. It's been a fantastic experience, and we've really expanded what we're looking at to look at how we activate all the town halls. So thank you. This amendment is really just about suggesting that as part of the budget workshop process in early 2024, we consider how we can take the data and the cost projections here and actually get best value for money by looking about how we can expand and get a baseline of equipment that we can use again, in all of the town halls, and that we do that as part of those workshops.
Thanks for that.
Mayoral.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Langford.
Thank you. I had a really quick amendment. I support everything in the report and also agree it was great to be on the steering committee and great things are coming out of it. Just noting that, potential change of use, I've suggested that in the event of any resident complaints about any events being conducted at the town hall in future, that we'll refer to the good neighbour policy.
I'm happy to accept that just to move this along, because I also think that was addressed earlier in the good neighbourhood policy, the expansion of that. It would be natural that it would be included.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. That's very magnanimous. That's incorporated. There being no further debate, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 22, cycling.
Mr Mayor, I move that motion.
Speak to it.
Just to thank council officers for their report.
Thank you for that. Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Do you wish to speak to it? Very generous of you.
I'd like to make an amendment.
Councillor De Cruz.
Catherine, the second one. Yep. So I've just sent that to Catherine. I think it would be worthwhile to have an audit of the infrastructure, some of it dating back to 1996, and it's quite faulty and damaged in places. And basically, this was looking at doing infrastructure for cycling in the same way that we did pedestrian access mobility plans, and came up with a list of improvements to go ahead with and fix up our footpaths, and in this way we can improve our cycleways and identify any places where there's high risk to cyclists in particular, and also improve the amenity and also assist them at crossing points of main roads and those kinds of things. So I commend the amendment to councillors.
That amendment's not accepted by me.
Okay, not accepted. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Shetty. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, thanks.
Okay, that's waived. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour of the De Cruz-Shetty amendment, please raise your hands. There are 7 votes in favour. All those against? There are 8 votes against. That has been defeated. We'll go back to the primary motion. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? That has been carried unanimously.
Can I please move item 23?
Yes, you can.
I have an amendment which is just to include a detailed audit of the positions within council that could be targeted for the direct employment of people with disability and positions that could be modified to remove barriers for potential or existing employees with disability as part of the March report that comes back up bi-monthly March report.
Happy to second that myself and waive my right to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to amend the motion or to speak against it? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against?
Can I please move item 26?
That carried unanimously.
Sorry.
You're up.
Item 26, if we've pulled this out of on globo, I have a small amendment that I prepared earlier, which is just that council would develop a strategy to improve the streetscape and amenity of the Princess Highway in Tempe and St Peters and report back to council no later than March 2024. That's just directly out of the many, many conversations we had last night at the Public Matters Forum.
Okay. Seconded by
I
Councillor...
second that. Thank you,
Councillor
Mayor.
Langford.
Yeah, I also had some amendments. I really thank Councillor Howard for raising this. And yes, at the public forum last night, we heard a lot about concerns that residents of Sydenham, St Peters and Tempe have and feelings of neglect. So I just wanted to incorporate St Peters into that first number 1.
Yep.
And
Accepted. Yep.
thank you. And then I also wanted to suggest that a future inspection of Sydenham streets and laneways, the same as point 1.
Accepted. Yes.
And
accepted as well.
I have run this past Ryan, and also that we put art decals on bins around Tempe and St Peters and Sydenham where possible. That council will work with Transport for New South Wales to deliver a perfect match artwork on Bedouin Road Bridge, St Peters, to address resident concerns about graffiti, and that council investigate further opportunities for town centre revitalisation for those suburbs. Thank
Yes,
you.
I accept all those amendments.
Thank you.
They're all accepted and incorporated. There being no further debate, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 29, citizenship ceremonies.
Move that way and I waive my right to speak.
I'm happy to second the motion. Councillor Shetty, you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, look, I just wanted to move a very small additional point 8, that council reach out to Antar Inner West to discuss the possible provision of a flyer outlining the First Nations history of the Inner West at council citizenship ceremonies. Just briefly, Antar describe themselves as an independent and non-partisan organisation representing a grassroots movement of Australians in support of justice, rights and respect for Australia's First Peoples. The Inner West branch operates on Wongal land in a number of LGAs, including the Inner West, and have provided similar flyers to other councils for inclusion in their citizenship ceremonies.
Can I please ask a question?
Yeah, I'm aware that we have actually prepared a similar sort of flyer previously that was prepared through the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee. So can I suggest that we make them I'm not sure it's being distributed at each meeting. It certainly is on Australia Day, but on the January 26th. But could I suggest that you include reference to the ATSIC committee?
Yes, happy to include that in whatever way you see fit.
Okay. Yeah, maybe if we just say subject to consultation with the...
Yeah, sure.
Happy to incorporate
Subject to consultation with the council's Indigenous Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. That's incorporated as point 8. There being no further amendments or discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Is that all of the business?
No, Councillor De Cruz wants to talk about cooling centres.
Oh, right. Ah, of course. Who doesn't? Okay. Is there a mover for the motion?
So moved, and I waive my right to speak.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. Do you wish to speak to it? Councillor De Cruz.
Okay, I've just sent Catherine an amendment, which I'm making mainly because I'm concerned that council will be sending out messaging which isn't in line with the state on adaptation and isn't in line with the health message that the council is giving out about drinking water and stuff. So I did notice in the last newsletter that we did comment that it is good to drink water and advise and that kind of advice. So I'm actually just concerned that our messaging to our community is consistent with health advice and not just made up. And so that's what my amendment is, that we have a climate change adaptation plan and clarify with the Health Department of Education and emergency planning for hot days. And I'd just like to put, so that's the amendment. I'd like to put a question to the officers about the climate change adaptation plan, if we have one.
I'll put that question to the council officers. The question is, do we have a climate change adaptation plan? If you don't know the answer, you could take it on notice.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will take that on notice.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the De Cruz amendment? There being no seconder, seconded by Councillor Atkins. Do you wish to speak to it as well? No? I'll put the De Cruz Atkins amendment that Council develop a climate change adaptation plan as a matter of urgency and clarify with the Department of Health about the education and emergency planning so that we do not issue conflicting messages that they have beat the heat information. All those in favour? There are 4 votes in favour. All those against? There are 11 votes against. That has been defeated. Does that conclude the business? Then just before closing the meeting, can I say on behalf of the elected representatives, thank you very much to all the staff for your hard work and diligence this year, and we'll look forward to seeing you for many more meetings in 2024. I declare the meeting closed.